today, and I'm sure he is. His fingers are warm and ready. You hope Cloud9's are too. From the boy of NA throwing to the boys of NA, it's them indeed running through the monster into this B-bomb site. Motzen, he's got a kill, but the flash is good from Envy. They're going to pop him back, and he's stalled out on the second kill. He still gets it. Motzen really just laying down the pain here. Cloud9 all over this bomb site. It's a double bait set up on sandbags. Will they expect another man? They do not. Mihu pops out with one, but it's only one, and by that point the round is cleaned up. Motzen with 3 and Cloud9 with 1.
No, but Hugo, in all seriousness, I think it is a pretty dope piece of attire. I think if I were ever to, like, maybe go sit in front of a slot machine in a casino, you know, with, like those green, like, see-through visors on, like, I'd probably wearing that as the top to go with it.
I'll be going to Vegas with this as soon as I can, Trace.
Okay, fair enough. You heard that first, right from the horse's mouth. Hey.
Hugo the horse now.
Hugo, was it Hugo?
Hugo.
No, it's BoJack Horseman. It's like Hugo, BoJack Horseman. There's something there. I just really.
Hugh-Jack. Well, actually.
Hugh Jackman now with. I don't even know where this is going. Can someone.
It's not so much Hugh Jackman as huge jacked men over towards long. They do manage to find 3, and now they have themselves quite the advantage in this pistol. Let's see, as the Wolves have grouped on up, and they will cut down everyone on the Team Envy side. I think I dug us out of that hole quite nicely. Cloud9 is second on the board. And now an investment coming in for the Team Envy squad. We talked about Wolves, now let's talk about Meese, or Moose rather.
Meese, now that's a good stopping point right there. Meese. Now, I'm not going to stop you all the time, Harry, but I do want to know the pluralization of the word moose.
Mice.
It is Meese.
It is not Meese. However, we will carry on.
Okay, into the action. Yeah, gun round now. Envy, they've got the buy, and they look to take liberties away. Meese pushed up on the playground. He's not going to commit, though. Uses a smoke to fall right back. Scuttling to the safety of the toilets alongside Nifty. Cloud9 taking their sweet, sweet time to get out of the playground anyway. Got that triple B set up for Envy, but Mihu's going to be the point of rotation, and that might be needed with how loud and proud Cloud9 are being down on long right now. They've taken a heavy foothold in this position. Moose has heard it.
Moose now. Standing tall now. He's going to get beat real fast by a Ferrari JT version. You don't look to stop right there. The Gleal making you scream in agony. Of course.
Well, the execute is going to come through. Envy have thrown that rotation up, and they've popped a flash out short. Nifty's gone aggressive, but he's seen nothing, and it's all a ruse. Cloud9, they are fully committed along with 3 players and the bomb. With that close smoke, it's going to deny info for Envy, who are rotating another man down. It's a gamble, it's a risk, and they're going to come to regret it. Cloud9 running through the smoke.
Oh, but JT is onto another. Mihu now set up on the other side of this bank smoke, and he's got himself a little gap, and you don't want to give Mihu a little gap to work with. Floppy actually does get that trade almost immediately, so they deal with the bank player well. Calix and Ryan now left in this 2v4, and it might just have to be a save here for Team MB. Cloud9 going to find themselves a 3rd on the board here and now, as they get off to a great start here on their map pick over on the T side of Overpass. Winning this first rifle really does set you up to get ahead in a very big way.
Yeah, especially when it's the Galils getting you these opening kills, right? Like Envy's first rifle round, and they want to get some more utility, so they don't go for the head armor, and, well, that's sometimes what happens.
This round's going to go the way of C9, which also brings me to a tweet that has come in. Now, we don't normally, read them without them getting vetted by the production crew.
No. Oh, no. What are you reading?
So, Alex Gruber, A-Gruber6. That's at A-Gruber6, G-R-U. The plural of moose is moosin, as in, I saw a flock of moosin. There were many of them, many much moosin.
It's a flock. Multiple moose is a flock. I don't know if I believe that one. Is that true? That's crazy. I thought flocks were birds, Trace.
I don't know, but I do know it's not meese, of all things. Anyway, getting back into the game, we will go. Cloud9 have found a comfortable rhythm.
Well, talking to plurals, Mihu's there is what he's wondering as he sits down towards this B-bomb site. Ooh, Ryan. Falling off the ledge, never a fun one. This is a good angle, of course, for a CT, though. Your legs don't really get spotted, and as long as you're on top of the railing, you're going to see them before they see you, but not if they run out monster. Cloud9 with a furious pace. These flashes are unbelievable. No one can see anything. Cloud9 and Envy stand still inside of the site. Ryan goes through a Molotov, and he gets a kill, but he's down to 50, and his position given away. Cloud9 with a plant, and they know exactly where Envy is stuck. Motum's going to try and push the perimeter, get in the face of Moose here, but he's already run away. He's already abandoned the ship. Drowning in the icy waters below.
He's moosing on.
The moose is loose.
Moose got you loose.
There's going to be a lot of these, Trace.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a few more in my head I'm saving.
Okay. Well, Cloud9, not saving any stress. Let's go back over there, Bastion. Where were we? Let's go back to the party.
I was going to say, I always want to...
Take this in. Yeah, get us in the front door, man.
Yeah. Bastion, get us in. You know the bouncer, right?
You got your ID, mate.
Secret knock on the door.
Tap, tap, tap. Got your ID,
That's it.
mate.
That's how you get in.
No one's there. No one's home. Anyway, let's get back into it, I suppose.
Cloud9, 4-0 up, but obviously that was just the pistols for Team Envy. And now this reinvestment is going to come in, and we're even going to get to see that orb over in Nifty's hands. So, no head-to-head yet. Cloud9 still actually running a Mac 10 into this round over on the back of Motum, and I kind of like that. It probably means he's going to play this round pretty aggressively with the old Mac 10 and have these rifles there to back him up. A lot of mid-control attempted early on, and this is where Nifty resides with this orb. Now, is this going to be the solution for Team Envy? Well, back on out of middle the moment they see some utility flying over, leaving Nifty to hold this position. Moose is going to go back and keep an eye on long. Team Envy didn't have anyone there. Last thing they want is to get surprised when 4 guys run down the long side and just get into the A-bomb site. So, falling on back now. Cloud9 sneaking in towards middle. Sonic still waiting outside of B. He's just there to keep options open, and maybe if Team Envy try and get aggressive, he'll be able to catch someone off guard. Just denying any sort of information play here from Team Envy. That's pretty much his responsibility. And it also leaves Cloud9's options open to them. If they do want to go back down towards B, they haven't given up all control here. This Mac 10 tries to pick up the pace, but Moose responds by shooting 2 in the face, no less. JT, Sonic, and Floppy left up in a 3-on-5.
Yeah, real bullwinkle there for Moose. He really does get it done when it matters the most. However, Nifty is going to have an easy shot put into his crosshairs, which ultimately does help the case of Envy picking up their first round. Now, the B site is open for the time being. There's still some eyes on it. So just Sonic and Floppy to try to get this bomb down.
They're being loud about it as well, flashing their entry, so everyone knows they're here. Envy can fully rotate, and they can have 5 players in the site in just a second. Floppy getting ready, he's going to clear the site, does get control. Team Envy almost played retake, but they're going to swing off the back of that kill. They know Floppy's still here, and they can trade him for a round. Envy getting on the board nice and early on. 1 taken away from Cloud9. The sooner the better, if you ask me. Make this one a competitive series. Great transfer from Moose, but yeah, I mean, OC missed spray with the old Mac 10. Gets the better of him there. Not the end of the world, though. Cloud9 still with a chance to reset, but Nifty does hold on to his AWP, and AKs have also been granted to Envy. Quite the arsenal.
Of course, how could we ever forget Nifty's 50 once upon a time? That was a thing, Harry.
Yeah, it was back at IEM Sydney. I remember that. I was there. It was pretty cool. You got that like sick kill on Inferno, the movement boy from the Aussie casters. I love that clip. Oh,
we'll see if we can pull that up, or if anyone knows what you're talking about in the.
Oh, come on, man! You must know that moment. That was such a great moment.
These are those moments I just don't think anyone is going to forget. Yeah.
Damn, we got 2 Alexes in the studio today. That's crazy stuff right there. Nonetheless, weapons back in the hands firmly here for both Cloud9 and Envy. So we roll right on in to round number 6. You can't put a saddle on a Moose. I don't think that is advisable. But you can put Moose up on the boost.
Oh, the push as well. They get aggressive. Mihu, timed aggression, catches Motem alone. And Cloud9, they wanted to split this A side. They wanted to burst through long. They're already being flanked. Connector with one man in. Sonic has got to be so impactful here, but they're already holding on to it from the close position. Sonic doesn't check it. He is down. It's an A commitment with 3 now for Cloud9, but Envy are so aware. They're so ready. Both players watching towards his position. All fires off. AK follows up, and Calyx will close the round. It's Envy flawless. I love that bit of mid-round aggression. Knowing when to push in the toilet or in A short, even without a flashbang, is a great bit of, you know, awareness for Envy. Getting behind Cloud9, killing the one player, splitting A, and essentially cutting off Floppy as well, right? Or Sonic rather. He can't come out the connector because Motem's already gone down. So Cloud9 just have to commit into a stack. Back-to-back rounds for Envy now. I think we're going to see that orb following up, right? Because while Cloud9 have put money into this, they've actually saved 4k on OC and 2 on the rest of them. So it doesn't really matter how this round goes. Even if they lose it, everything is going to be available in the next.
A lot of a pressure being applied here to the B site, that is. It's Mihu that takes down Sonic. And Floppy with response. Ryan stuck at these sandbags. But this bomb has found its way to the site. Not necessarily safe to plant. But it's Cloud9 waiting out, trying to weather the storm.
Oh, they've got a molly, but it's actually on Motem, and he's pushed up here. He's the deepest play. He's going to throw it right back. That could be a good one. It could catch Ryan off. He's going to have to smoke it. He won't play off the back of that smoke, though. Just letting them get away with the plant, but the trades are already in, and Floppy's gone from above. Moose saves the day. Good stuff from Ryan. I want to talk about him as well. From what I've heard of Ryan, right? Like, you know, you look at his stats, he's not a 6-stat player, he's not going to be carrying your team every game, but from what his ex-teammates have said, players in Singularity, for example, is he's a very good team player. He's not going to be making mistakes, he's not going to be, you know, giving away kills,
Right.
knowing when to aggress, knowing what to do, just an all-rounder, and a nice guy to play with, I've heard. So that's always a good thing, especially with the amount of firepower that is on the roster for Envy. You don't want to fill it with superstars. You need role players too.
Don't imagine that that's what they've tried to do with this roster from the top. But I suppose that it's a project in the works.
Well, Nifty's trying to get stuck in with this orb, and OC does have his out on the Cloud9 side, so they almost get a bit of a clash of the orbs over here in mid, but Nifty's actually moved away and taken up a long position instead. Now, he's just going to be holding down this angle. Cloud9 still looking to get out in towards middle, and Nifty's playing a pretty pivotal position here. He's going to have to be swinging between long and mid to help out Moose. Sonic is ready for that boost down at the B bomb site. Now the pressure's kind of on for Envy. Moose might have to think about how he's going to play this connector position, because he's got to watch mid with Nifty falling back and worry about a fast rotation down towards B. With all these footsteps and all this kind of telegraphing of the play coming in towards B, he does rotate down, but he's arrived a little too late to the scene. This B bomb site has already fallen for Team Envy. Moose finds himself trapped. Oh dear, this is not where you want to be. Moose or man, he is trapped in the corner. Does look to get out of here with this AK. Nifty has already retreated back into the A bomb site. They've given this round over to Cloud9, and so this will be a 5th on the board.
Oh, that's a great shot. Very hard to hit.
Moose trying to get away. But that's not the case at this time. It's going to be Nifty holding on the AWP, and we're going to see Cloud9 go up to 5. So good stuff from Cloud9. You take control, stay in control, and ultimately win the round.
And you do that how many times, Trace? 16, I think?
Usually the team that gets to 16 first wins.
Nice.
But if there is a need for like an overtime or something,
okay,
we have those as well.
Oh,
so.
nice. Okay.
Anyway.
I think I understand now. These B
word.
hits have been really exciting for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Lots of fast utility. They have no fear in just running through Monster. That's one thing I like about this team. They're such a young team. You know, actually, I think the youngest team overall in the top 30. So, you know, no fear on these guys, and that's great to see. Just committing into the bomb site here, and Cloud9 going to look to do it again with a lot of utility outside of the Monster, but a smoke down on the molly, and they won't commit with it. They just want to burn out Envy's utility. Most of it now gone. Ryan Relegated to a flash. Mihu's got a full set from upper, and Calix still has a smoke to pop. But Envy are going to try and get aggressive here, take some map control away. They've got B short. They're going to look for fight as well. They could catch Cloud9 setting up utility, and they have good damage, but they're also stuck outside of the site. Cloud9 own B. They've traded positions, and not to the favour of Envy. Calix does trade, but again, Cloud9 molly this position. They just can't get past it. Bottom pushing past Envy as well in the spawn, and it's a 3-on-2 with a bomb planted.
Yeah, Nifty and Moose once again in this situation now. Whenever we've kind of seen them a man down trying to retake B, it's usually been these saves, but this one feels a little bit more doable. And now with that kill onto bottom, there is a real chance for MB in this round. OC keeping an eye on short. Flash rains in, and that gets him off the angle. Moose actually wallbangs him to death, and Nifty in the meantime was able to deal with Sonic. So that defuse comes on in.
Yeah.
The 4th round will appear right there where that number 3 was.
Moose sending a knuckler to OC through the wall right there, which is a crazy turn of events if you think about just how the round broke down.
Yeah, and this kill as well from Nifty, what a read, what a call. He knew Modern was close. Modern had just got a kill on a player there, and that's on Cloud9. Someone must have made the call. Modern, don't push, like back up, 3-on-2, let's play a post plant. But Cloud9 just set up there to take their individual fights, right, to win their one-on-ones. And obviously there's nothing wrong with that if you're going to win them, but, you know, Envy read the position, they deal with them very well. And Cloud9, maybe a crossfire would have been a safer setup in that bomb site, but they weren't to know they were to lose it. And now Envy nipping at their heels around behind. This could be it. This could be not only 5-5, but a break of economy for Cloud9. Let's see what OC can accomplish with this AWP as well. Floppy's clearing the connector. Good timing. He saves JT's life, who gets dinked by Mihu. Moose won't see the legs. If he did, he could have taken a free kill there, but the AWP will go instead. Moose, does he know? Is he ready? He's got to fight to Floppy, and he's taking him down as well. JT's low. Should be a free kill for Moose, but JT is quick and keeps things alive for Cloud9.
Oh, Martin is about to get... No, the timing on that, Martin! Oh, man, you would have had one. If only he could hear us. Maybe would have made everything that much better. Oh, dear, Ryan's caught the bomb in rotation. And this boost gets dismantled.
And from that, Envy should know where Cloud9 are, right? He had his knife out running towards B. That's all the information they need.
Not to mention he has the bomb in his possession, but they're going to go hunt for it. They got enough time. Could fight back Ryan. They don't really know that he's there, so they're going to have to clear this out very methodically. Almost surgical extraction of the bomb here, and they're going to take it back towards the B site.
Surprised he gave it away, right? Like, he's going to set up for a 2-on-1 retake, and they are going into the AWP. And if he gets a kill, that is excellent, but if not, things could get problematic for Envy, who now have to take this 2-on-2 retake. Here's this short play from Ryan. The timing is everything, but the smoke is down. Cloud9 don't let him into the site. Sonic gets a bomb plant. Nifty spamming through the smoke. He won't take him down. No wallbang available. He was out in the open there. This time Cloud9 playing the post plant a little safer in the 2-on-2, not giving away these fights. Sonic, has he crashed? He is stuck in the open with his knife out. I can only assume so. Modern now in a clutch, a 1-on-2.
Also probably crashed.
Surely not. On LAN? Oh, you hate to see it. They are boot camping together, and the internet, I imagine, has gone down. Well, that is a classic conundrum.
Sick clip from Nifty there.
Really good stuff. They're going to have to highlight that. Reddit is going to go insane.
Yeah, they
are going to be going to a pause, most certainly. So you get the technicians out on the field to replace the goal here.
You do hate to see that.
Yeah, that is really rough.
Yeah.
That's a pretty grim one. Curious to see what the decision's going to be there, but I mean, you know, with damage already being done, it's a 2-on-2.
Oh yeah, that's
pretty
done
deal.
That's Envy's round. There's no way Cloud9 can argue that either. Like,
well, there's already damage done, so that whole entire argument is a mute point anyway, right?
Yeah.
So that round will stand.
The worst part about that for Cloud9 is that was the breaking point. That was the economy on the line, right? Like, they get a plant, they probably will just buy up into this because they'll be you know, a bit tilted about their round. Like, why wouldn't you? You're going to buy out of passion, But yeah, like, you know, that would have been Cloud9 building up their money again, breaking Envy, or vice versa. And, well, the vice versa is Cloud9 on the receiving end. They have nothing but 3 or 4K per player.
It looks like we're going back into it.
Yeah, that's weird. Maybe it was just a drop for merely a minute for Cloud9. Like, no one actually DC'd.
Most optimal minute of the day, of course.
That's such a rough
2v3, 2v2.
Yeah, 2v2.
Yeah, well, unfortunate there, but we'll give you back into the game. 5-5. Envy, Cloud9, quarterfinal. Just trying to send some teams to Rio, man.
Wow, just these pistols now for Cloud9. They're going to look to try and just brush that one off, right? Like, you don't want to have this get in your head. It sucks. It's not great. But, you know, it would make the win that much more commendable if they're still able to get it over the line here in their map pick. They're going to set up down here in the connector and now look to try and take some mid control. They get out with these pistols. Now Team Envy playing very, very reserved, just sat back in these bomb sites. Probably know the money isn't that great for Cloud9 at this point in time. And so they don't want to give anything over early on. Now Moose is on a bit of an island right now. And does try and deal with the player at long. He'll catch JT all alone. Now just Cloud9 with 4 players over here at the short side of A. Might get given the short end of the stick here. Nifty doubling down. Mihu here to help out, and he will go ahead and put one in the grave. A 6th round on the board for Team Envy.
And they're really trying to capture this bomb site right here. It's not been an easy task for them, Hugo.
No, B has been a lot more favourable for Cloud9. Of course, if we look at how Envy have approached this A site, they've had a lot of reads in Cloud9 when they set up towards these long takes. Envy have been pushing toilets, getting information, getting wraps, clearing connector, and that really leaves you stuck with the pace that Cloud9 have been playing this A site in the past. Now, that was only an eco, and Cloud9 were just trying to make the best out of what they had. Right now, they're back to guns. No AWP for OC, but fully armed with the AKs. Going through the connector. Trying to take B short as well with a man in the tunnels. We might see them split into that position once Con has been cleared. Bottom is going to try and do that, but there's noise being made. That's going to send Nifty back with this AWP. He doesn't want to hang around for too long. Moose, however, will, on the other side of things, pushed up on long. It's being held by Cloud9, but it's all on a timing. It's all on a gamble. When Moose decides the time is right, he could be in the back line, but Cloud9 catching a kill as Envy flash themselves through Monster. Calix gets traded. Moose pushes, but he misses the timing. Cloud9 have just left A with the bomb. Moose is going to be at least working out the fact that this is clear. There is a world where Cloud9 are pushed up on short, but with the fact that the player on the site just spotted it, now Envy can rotate down. Now Envy can get ready for the B hit, because that's where this one's going.
This is ballsy from Calix. Waiting up close to this smoke, going to drop an aid through it. Envy beginning this rotation down towards B. Nifty going to be the 3rd man in, and Moose still on this wrap around. Cloud9 walking into a bit of a stack here at the B bomb site, and Calix will offer up the first. Mihu to follow. Moose arriving on this flank has given up his position, but doesn't get a kill from it. Nifty will at least trade onto Bottom, and this leaves OC in the 1v2. No more freebies for Nifty, though this time Cloud9 are going to be fighting back, and OC here to try and see this 1v2 in to the bitter end. Does miss the timing onto the short player. Nifty repositioning up into heaven. Blindsides OC and puts a 7th round on the board for the Envy squad.
That's unlucky for OC. You could see the read there. He thought that the flank was closer than it was, and timing is everything. If he plants, if he sticks it in the smoke on the first attempt, he has a winnable round. Nifty has to hit a smoke shot. The other player can't see him from short. There was a chance for OC, but he goes back to check Monster and then realizes that the jig is up. He's open to Nifty and he can't fire off a bullet. Cloud9 broken here economically. Gonna have to take a bit of a light buy. Maybe a faster round as a result as they go through this Monster Molly and smoke. Ryan is waiting in the barrels and things are about to heat up for him. Oh dear, he's standing in the flames. He's not going to move out of them. The bomb dropped and Cloud9 is still pounding into this site. They will be trading their way in, but they're going to lose players at the end, and Calix can close out with 3. Envy are taking control of this map. 5 rounds in a row here for the CT side, and only a couple left of the half.
Yeah, the time for Cloud9 to start to get back in control in this half is now or not at all. And if they're not able to get this one on the board, then this could very well be a 10-5 half for Team Envy. Also, it feels like since Nifty's bought this AWP out, I don't think we've seen him fall yet. He's looked to really have some longevity on this weapon. Yeah. He's looking now over here towards middle. He does still have OC to go up against on the other side, but I feel like we haven't really seen the two AWPers flashing all that much. But this round could be a bit different. Floppy dealing with Moose down in connector. He's always been a real nuisance over here towards the A-bomb site, so getting him in the bag early Gonna bode well for Cloud9. Nifty is now stuck a little bit here in the toilets. He's trying to play around with these smokes, ducking himself out of danger and allowed to just go through the motions here with this orb. Flashes in for the re-peek.
I like the idea there, I like the flash, but what's really being set up here is Mihu. Michu, however you want to call it. He's got the key to the back door and he's going all up in that.
Fire's fast. Fire's early. Could have taken a 2k there, but OC's going to trade things out. Cloud9 holding a man up, and I like how they've stopped here. They've gone silent for a second. It makes Envy doubt their rotation. They won't move Ryan up, just not too fast at least, because Cloud9 could still be hitting B. And in fact, they are. Ryan will be needed on this lower site, and he's going to know it as Cloud9 are making noise coming down the connector. Ryan is trying to beat the rotation. He's trying to get into the site. Cloud9 might not expect a man already here this deep.
A lot of weight on Ryan's shoulders. Here they come barreling 4 deep. That's all the remaining players. Ryan with 1. Can't get 2, and that's going to be a round for Cloud9. Just 22 seconds left on the clock. There we look towards the last round of this first half of Overpass. We're going to go to Nuke next on our map calendar, if you will, and then Dust 2 thereafter on the agenda.
Business as usual. And I think it's a must-win for Cloud9 on this map, right? Nuke has been awful for them as of late, right? They've played one game against Envy where they got 14 rounds and just fell short. But other than that, like, Cloud9 gets swept on Nuke more often than not. And Envy have been really, really good on it. So, yeah, if Envy win this map, there's a world where they 2-0 this series as the underdogs. And I think that would be impressive. But let's see how much life Cloud9 have left in them at the end of this half. Looking for a 7th. They broke the 5-round streak of Envy in the previous. Looking to go just that one step further.
I love this from Moose. He hides in the mid-smoke, but is only rewarded with 1 kill. Nifty, given a chance there, does land the tag onto Floppy, tries to run away, and this is all falling apart over at the A side of the map. Cloud9 getting entry after entry over at the A site, and their entry has now been permitted into it. They're going to get this bomb planted, and that there will come through from Mr. Motten. Smoke down to cut off this rotation as well from Ryan. Things go from bad to worse for Envy in this round. And Cloud9 maybe about to get a 7th. That's a nice little recovery as well, you know, stumbling back to their feet. You did see this get tied up 5-5. Envy just kept finding success on the back of it, but now, finally, Cloud9 maybe about to put a few more successes to their name and catch Ryan after he's dropped Ron. They know that Calix is here as well. They've got him pinned. How on earth is he going to navigate this? The answer, he does not. 7 rounds on the board for Cloud9. 8 for Envy. This is as close as it can possibly be. So join us after a quick break to see how Overpass pans out.
Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hoping for the break. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm a light up. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun.
The ESL1 Road to Rio. That's hashtag ESL1 to you, all you Twitter users out there. We want to hear what you've got to say, perhaps even what you'd want to ask these two teams on the outset of the match. The one that features both Envy and Cloud9 going toe-to-toe in a quarterfinal here for the North American region. My name being Trace. I'm joined with Harry and Hugo. Currently, we find ourselves situated on an overpass, and we look at Nuke and Dust 2 thereafter. So if you're just joining us, you picked a pretty good time, albeit a little bit late, but you can tell that the party's just getting started. Both these teams neck and neck, sort of that of the GG.bet odds. Looks like it's going to be a B hit straight up here for the side of Envy.
And they are already in this site. It already belongs to the MV squad. The bomb plants come in. This is a 5v5 retake, and with Cloud9 taking a very, very long rotation on OC and Floppy, they're going to have to really pick up the pace here. And this has given all the information over to Mihu. He knows that both these players are coming. He's ready, and he's going to deal with the first. At the very, very least, he's really slowed down the pace. And there we go. He deals with both players. And that round gets laid to rest very, very quickly by the MV squad. 9 on the board. They take the pistol to begin this second half. They might look to get off to a good start here and now.
One of the biggest problems with B rushes is that teams don't split short. They don't take that control towards water, and that can come back to haunt them in the post plant, be it setting up players, in the retaking connector, or the CTs having pushed that position early. MB do a really good job of taking B from Monster and then pulling back into short as their post plant. They control part of the map. They don't let Cloud9 rotate through that choke point of the doorway, and they just shut out any way of Cloud9 getting back into the round. A really good round from MB. I like the idea there in the 5-on-5. You don't see that very often, but they make the best of it. Cloud9, they're going to force up into the second.
Yeah, Envy are just going to hold the line, too. They know they've got some time to work with, a minute and a half to be completely exact.
Well, one thing that you talked about earlier, Trace, but Cloud9, when they're on these eco rounds, when they're on these second round boards, they have a 53% win rate on these rounds. That's more rounds winning with less than they don't. That doesn't make any sense. But Cloud9, they're putting logic in the ludicrousness? That's not a word.
Ludicrosity?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I actually made that word up too.
Ludicrosity.
That sounds like too much, doesn't it?
Ludicrousy.
Ludicrousy.
Not ludicrosity. Not anything else that we're seeing.
Ludicrisps, the new snack.
What about ludicrous? Luda!
That's another option. These are all options that we could have, but we don't have any of them. So Sonic over here at Connector does have OC with him. And that's pretty much all he's got. Now, doesn't make a difference if they make it or not, because they have got each other. And that is a lot.
That is.
Yep, and they can roll out as far as I can see it. That's going to be another round here for Envy. They put double digits up on the board first. Of course, all the area codes are covered here in this matchup if you think about it. If you look at all the players in the server, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, from Canada to Turkey, from
With love.
Poland to South Africa. No, this isn't a Pitbull song. It's actually just the nationalities of the players.
Ludicrisps. Good grief.
10-7 here, Envy. They are looking really good, right? Like, I shouldn't be surprised. They beat Liquid the other day, but, I thought that was a classic Liquid underperformance. They didn't get to catch the matchup, but Cloud9 right now, well, maybe they shouldn't sleep on Envy. As they get aggressive with a flashbang, Moose is going to get popped, but will he fire back with a UMP? It's only USPs after all, as Modem does a good bit of team damage. It will get helped out. Envy make quick work of these B players, and they know there's going to be a little bit more. Cloud9 have at least thrown the flashbang from the B-bomb site. So that's something for Envy here. They're ready for Sonic, and they're actually going to molly the exact position he's playing. Oh, psych! It explodes midair.
Well, let's see. Deagle. No Deagle. OC. Scout. And still a Scout here. And that's
OC
pretty much.
with no one to see. And the first person he does see is Calyx.
More like no C.
Yeah, anyway.
It's a no-show from Cloud9 in that round. I mean, it was eco after all, so do remember that as they come back in with guns. Trace, this is the round. We call this a swing round.
That we do.
A key round.
A very crucial round here for a
Yes.
multitude of reasons, but obviously, if you transfix your eyes on the money system, Hugo Byron will break it down Barney style.
There is money indeed invested into this round. Both teams have spent a penny and a pound, and the winner of this is going to be running wild. Envy are looking to boost 5 men up in the spawn. They've really balls that one
this
up.
is like you can often tell, right, like how cohesive a team unit is by the speed at which they get that 5-man boost assembled. And Envy, they just don't actually get it assembled. So what does that say? I kind of hope they were going to go back to it, and we could round this point round to like, they're still trying to build a team. That's working on. It didn't really go that way.
Harry?
Didn't really go that way. So early in this round, short control taken by Team Envy. That 5-man boost did not pan out. And now they're set up down here towards short side. Now a 3-man stack for Cloud9 over inside of the B-bomb site. And 2 players at long. You'll note that one of those players is Motem. He might look to go aggressive as OC peels away from the A site. Now in amongst all of this, Mihu has just crept into the B-bomb site. Somehow no one's seen him still. And he gets very, very deep. Even he's kind of surprised at just how far he gets before he finds the first bit of contact. This is so weird. It looked like Cloud9 had all these crossfires set up.
What's going on?
Bomb plot now comes in for Team Envy, and Sonic is desperately trying to regain some kind of foothold down here at B. And he can't. So this is the round for Team Envy going in their favour. 12 on the board. A very mismatch of a round.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
I love that though. I love that Mihu can just do that, right? Like he hits the perfect timing. He walks in as Sonic falls off, and no one sees him inside of B. Not only does he like check the wrong position as well, he looks to Monster first. He flicks back to barrels for the kill, and then he dives into pit on like 10 health. I think, once he gets the kill, maybe he should fall back and play the post block. But feeling confident, feeling keen, and regardless, they win the round, so it's not a problem for Envy. 2 losses in it, but 12 wins on the board. They're just 4 away from taking Cloud9's map pick from underneath them.
Big booms there from Nifty. Not going to make it 50 in this game, if I had to guess. We do see a tactical timeout coming in, and it's going to be Cloud9 trying to readjust from the seat of their pants. Things have gotten a little sticky here for them. What will be the call here, Hugo? How will they have a response to Envy? I mean, we're getting a lot of rounds that are very chaotic at the very, core of the problem.
Yeah.
But how can they respond to Envy given, what's elapsed thus far?
I mean, a man advantage would be nice, right? Like a bit more information. You're going to rely on your orb for that a lot of the time. And OC does have a spawn to peek mid here. I say have a spawn. He has the best spawn. It's not a spawn. Good spawns are ones that are next to the dice box. So, yeah, he'll take it. It's the best they're going to get. But, it's still not going to be enough to take this aggro fight in mid. It's actually going to get smoked, and they're going to boost up in the party instead. I like the idea for Cloud9 if they commit to it. Molly going forward, okay, it's a double setup. Modem plays towards a playground. He gets flashed in by OC. This AWP isn't even going to play into it. They're putting Modem into a powerful position, and this is a really good spot. Envy, they're holding for it, but OC's found the advantage. He's dropped Mihu in middle, and they don't even know that Modem has gotten this deep either. So OC, he can just fall off. Let Modem wreak havoc as Ryan walks right past his position. Modem could come in on the backline, but he is being held towards this stairwell. In the meantime, Floppy's killed another, and just all over the map, Cloud9 finds success. They pushed up through Monster off the back of that kill, and Motem is about to backstab the bomb.
And this might even be a situation where Motem might not push too far ahead.
Yeah.
Just so that they can do this again in a different round. He's getting a lot of intel right now, and he's going to have to drop here in a second. They have no idea. And unfortunate for him, Ryan has a better grasp on the trigger.
Yeah,
all that for one.
At least he got one, right? Like, that's something.
Yeah. It's having fun.
It's a 4-on-2. You don't have to worry. This is a good position for Cloud9 to be in, but Yeah, I mean, this should be dead to rights. This should be the round here. Floppy.
Oh,
No, not going to be expecting that one, as you shouldn't be. Enemies in your own spawn. Calyx is trying to push Cloud9's, but he needs to go back for that package.
Yeah, what on earth does Calyx even get to do here, right? 20 seconds left. If he grabs this bomb, it maybe. Come on.
What?
Calyx, if there ever was a time to do something wild, it might be now.
There.
He is running back to B, and B is empty as it's ever been. 10 seconds left on this clock. OC still holding back in T-spawn. Calyx might be afforded a bomb plant here, but there's no time. And this is the round going in favor of Cloud9. Calyx falls after time as well.
You see that a lot of the time, right? Like, obviously, in Calyx's head, what he's doing is the most obvious thing in the world. Cloud9 know it. They know he's going B. He has to go B if he wants to win the round. But talking of that, right? If he wants to win the round, what else does he have to do? He has to stick that bomb. I feel like you've got to make the gamble there if you're Calyx. You just got to make the call and just stick it. No matter where for, right? He could have planted for heaven, he could have planted for short. It's a 50-50. You don't know where they're coming from. But he looks for fights instead. And at that point, there's a guarantee that you're not going to win the round. Because at this level, Cloud9 aren't going to make the mistake where they both peek you with 5 seconds left. They're only going to solo peek you. So... yeah, I like to try for Calyx to get some kills, but that was never winnable if you don't go for the plant. 12-8, and Cloud9, they've come alive with 1 here on the CT side after 4 in a row for MB. Is that going to reinvigorate them? Are they going to be able to build, or will it get shut out before it even begins?
Well, here, look, they're going to do this thing with Modem again where they push the playground. He got so much freedom of movement last time around, but I think he's going to try to spam his way down through this time, or at least show presence. This is not going to be a hidden thing. Flash, but it doesn't matter. Michu is out. Nifty holding the angle, and it's going to be a grenade in the hands of Modem that could have spelled disaster. And what is a very tense standoff here at the edge of the playground. A flash comes through. Modem still the only focal point for the side of MB. And now Ryan has gone full circle. The playground is closed, ladies and gentlemen. Distance yourselves. Moose and Nifty. Little distance between the two of them. They're going to try to find their way onto the B-bomb site. Of course, they're not alone. It is Floppy. And he drops the bomb. And he's been on quite a tear in this game. Doesn't look to slow up just yet. Moose on a 1-on-5. What you going to do now, Moose?
Well, the shadow will betray Floppy, and 50 seconds left on the clock. Moose at least has time to attempt this 1v4, but he doesn't have much else. He has been able to grab a hold of this orb. However, you look at the minimap, it paints a pretty grim picture. There is just 4 little circles looking right at him on that minimap. Everyone knows where he is. It's not really much of a secret for Moose. And what's he going to do? Motem's still coming in on this flank. Moose is not ready for that. He is going to have his eyes set over here at the B-bomb site. Sonic is back in it. There's players at short. There's still a dude on the flank, and Sonic holds down B. So Cloud9, they'll get themselves a 9th on the board. And this is where things get a little bit awkward, right? Because this mid-aggression from Motem has been fantastic for Cloud9. The problem for MB is, you might just look at it and say, like, okay, well then, why don't they just not go mid if Motem's going to keep getting away with those kills? But the problem is the moment you don't send anyone mid, Motem, even though he's not finding frags for Cloud9, the information he would be getting is absolutely huge. So you have to keep on kind of poking this bear, even though you really don't want to be if you're Team MV. And they're probably going to have to just keep up this mid control till they at least kind of dissuade Motem from going for all these aggressive plays. And in this round, he hasn't. So maybe once they get some control in mid and they kind of remove that as an option, then we see MV try and make a move in this round. But right now, it is this mid control. They're looking for him. He's not here. Motem has ran away and taken up position at long. So finally, they get mid.
Yeah, and you see that sort of conditioning that Motem's pushes has done here to the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, look at Ryan.
Ryan's like, no, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. He's on the slide. He's on the swings. He's playing around. But
You're somewhere around here, Motem. We know. But he's not. In fact, that just goes as a testament to the game of constants and variables. That is Counter-Strike. Constants being Calyx, landing a 1D on a Motem. 4v4. I say that OC finds a op kill, so that's going to help a lot.
Yeah, this is a lot of the situations Cloud9 got stuck in on the T side where they would just be in the toilet and they would just end up committing towards long because their toilets and their short player die and they don't really have much else to do. MV not wanting to fall into that trap. They're going to walk back through toilet, and they might be able to close peek this orb. Still going to be ready. OC doesn't miss, fast as ever, but eventually a shot not connecting. And, well, I jinxed it there, didn't I? Calix has been given an orb. He's going to throw that one over. And Envy, I mean, 20 seconds, but you're buying next round. You can make this winnable. You can make this interesting. And Cloud9 have everyone on A right now. That is a huge gamble that they need to adjust immediately. Otherwise, not only a bomb plant, but a potential round could be taken away by Envy, who are trying to rush B.
Oh, they are going to rush B, Hugo. This isn't even a secret anymore. Just 6 seconds. They're going to have to stick the plant right here, and they're going to get that down. Nifty holds just in case someone's up close and personal to kick things off, but it's Sonic inside of Graffiti, and, well, quick work there in the post plant. Envy, fumble it, for lack of better words.
Yeah. And no armor as well, so like the second you get shot, you've lost your life more often than not, right, immediately. But that was an eco for Envy, and they get a bomb plant and 2 kills, like, more than viable round for them. They could buy up anyway without the plant, so they're going to be rich as anything now. But Cloud9, double digits, they're coming alive, 3 in a row on this CT side, and this is their map pick. This is where they feel comfortable in the favoured half. So Envy, they may have been holding this lead, but this is no longer their game to win. This is their game to lose, and they need to be careful that they don't do so.
They did the 5-man boost, and they get a reward. Sonic, he thought he was going to be tricky, but it was the tricksters of Team Envy pulling the wall over his eyes. Motten, meanwhile, he spots that boost, and this is the one problem with doing a 5-man boost. The moment you see it, and especially if it gets a kill like it does there, the CTs know, well, everyone's going to be really, really late pushing anywhere, so we can just have freedom of movement, and they do have freedom right now, but it is starting to get a little bit more claustrophobic down here in the connector. Motten still holding on to the top of mid. Now, if I'm Envy, I am paranoid about this, because he's gotten away with it time after time and found so much success from this position. We saw Ryan was like so determined to clear this area the last time Envy tried to take mid, and this time they don't. This time they go, nah, Motten won't have done it again. But guess what? He's done it again. Ryan gets shot in the back of the head, looking the wrong way. Mihu and Nifty now in a 2-on-3 at the B-bomb site where 2 players reside for Cloud9. Effectively a 2-on-2 here at B. And JT wins that first fight and the follow-up. An 11th round on the board for Cloud9. And Envy, they might have taken that early man advantage onto Sonic, but past that, really nothing else goes their way.
Yeah, that was rough around the edges. But as you can see, North America has figured out how to put together IKEA furniture. Unlike earlier in the game, where that's just simply not the case. The stack proved to be a bit much, and of course, JT ending the round out puts Cloud9 ever so much closer to tying this bad boy up.
Double orb. I like that. Cloud9. It's not like they even need to adjust, right? Or like, keep fresh. Things have been working so far, and now they're going to throw a real spanner in the works. Envy on pistols. That's the danger, right? That's the big worry. When you pull in the double orb, you want the first round that you show it to be on the rifle round, because, well, pistols can get in your face very quickly, and if Envy opt to run a fast round where they, 5-man connector, up, toilets to A, they can beat you with the AWP. Everyone runs at the same speed at the end of the day, So, got to watch out for those 5-man pushes. Envy, they're going to go for it in the middle. Fast flashes, and the orb blinded. Motten can't commit. He's going to have to fall back. We have 3 orbs here for Cloud9. I wonder if that's even on purpose at this point. Luckily, the rifle is going to be here to do the heavy lifting, and JT drops 2 as Motten does the same. Nifty late in the connector. 3 orbs. Anyone want to weigh in here?
Somebody's getting opt. That's for sure. Somebody's going to get opt. There's 3 ops. That's really the only way you can ensure that, right?
Yeah, I tell you what as well, right? Like, if you're Team Envy, you haven't seen these 3 orbs in play. Like, to your knowledge, there were 2 M4s in this round and an orb. And they actually trade out one of those orbs immediately. Yeah. So, yeah, it was an accidental triple orb investment for Cloud9.
Looked cool, though.
Yeah, and it worked. It got them the round. I don't think it was specifically due to the triple orb, but it was there. And it was in the server. Bottom. Looking good with his, but he's back onto a rifle now. Nifty donning an AWP for Team Envy, and the scoreline tied at 12-12. There was a time where it looked like Envy could have run away with Cloud9's map pick, and now that future is not one in our spyglass. Nifty back on this boost, and Oh, Sonic!
Oh,
Don't do it
dear.
again. Trains running on time. Can let that go by, and now Nifty. Yeah.
Got to be double scoped from the get-go, right? That's a hard one to hit if they're just jumping. Envy, they're just going to commit to a B take here. Now, this is actually an okay call because Cloud9 have set up with an aggressive A round and a man and connector as well. This flank will be very quick for Cloud9, but also the defense, will it be here at all? There's only two players that need to hit shots. Sonic and Lone already missing the jump, going back in for more. It's all he's left with, and well, he's left with nothing. Calix has cleared out B, and a Molotov could cut off JT. That's going to keep Cloud9 out of this site and give Envy the room to plant. Cloud9, again, we talked about them setting up for the retake. They have that fast flank, but they're getting cut off by a flank of their own. Nifty coming in for the back line, dropping JT. Oh dear, Martin in the site. They're not ready. They don't account for him as he flashes through the smoke. Everyone was blind, and OC is coming alive, a one-on-one. Now in the site, Mihu making noise. OC knows. Mihu's going to try and back off and play the bomb. The time is ticking, and OC is waiting for a fight that will not get given his way. He is going to have to be the instigator in this round. He's going to have to smoke the bomb. And at this point, the time, it might just tick too short.
Yeah, I mean, by that time you double back, you go to drop the smoke, it's over with. Envy, it took them a few rounds, but they do put one up on the board, giving themselves 13. Albeit this hasn't been an easy fight for them. But of course, putting 5 rounds in a row on the board is Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, think about how many rounds Cloud9 have leaned towards A with these aggressive bottom plays. So they set him up in the playground. Like, that's not just him, that's teammates flashing him in and watching the connector as well so he doesn't get back flanked. And Envy realise it, and they finally go for a Hail Mary in B, and it's excellent. It works again. So what do? They do it again.
Yeah, back into B. Calix leading the charge. The rest of the team falling in line behind him. Nifty snipes that one away. Sonic not able to overstay his welcome down here in B. Nifty putting up 2, securing the B bomb site, and now leaving Cloud9 in a 3-on-4 retake that might not ever get attempted, right? An AWP in the hands of OC, a man down, no money for Cloud9 in the next round. You understand why they don't want to attempt this one. But this will give 14 rounds over to Envy, all while, still allowing some investment to come in for Cloud9 in the following round. It leaves them with a very small margin for error now.
What I like about Envy's B rushes is both rounds they've done this, they've left Moose or Nifty in this back monster position. He was a little closer to the site, but what that did mean is not only is he denying this T-spawn flank the Modern's been going on, but he's not letting anyone flank Monster. Envy, therefore, they can play Monster and they only have to worry about the short position, the heaven, the CT spawn. They don't have to worry about getting flanked, and Moose isn't in a dangerous position. Like, you're rarely going to check that spot if you're Cloud9 coming in from T-spawn. So, we've seen it already work out for Envy in some of these rounds, even the pistol. So, I like the idea. And obviously it relies on your players getting the key entries into B. Nifty, he does that and more in this round, pushing in with immediate double kills, not letting Cloud9's 2-man setup hold. Now Envy know Cloud9 are going to lean towards B in this round. They've surely got to put 3 there, with back-to-back B rushes losing Cloud9 the round. So, how will Envy adapt once again? And it's not a triple B setup. Sorry, it is. It is a triple B setup. They go for the boost early.
Yeah, connector control grabbed in this one for Team Envy, and I like this little adjustment because they've still set up very, very heavy down towards B early on, giving themselves the opportunity to hit this B site if it feels like that it's the right timing, the right kind of situation to do it. But they also clear out connector, and this is going to give them a very, very fast rotation between B and A.
Close shot.
Not able to land that nice little flick there. I mean, not nice. It would have been nice if you got it, but it was just a flick. And a flick without the kill is just a mouse movement. So, Team Envy. Oh dear, that's the bomb. Caught off guard. Floppy doubling down, and JT almost got caught on that little wire spool and still continues to lay down the pain here. Finally, the flank is in from Mihu to deal with him. In the meantime, Calix has secured another. Mihu down at the B site, throwing this round into disarray for Cloud9, and suddenly, in the blink of an eye, it's all on to Motem. He really has to live up to his namesake here. He's got to be the man of the match for Cloud9 if he wants to pick this up and keep the dream alive to deny map point to the Envy squad. 20 seconds. Time is a real problem for Envy. They've really got to get their sights set on getting this bomb down. Bottom has been given some room to work with, but Mihu able to swing on out, deals with him on the peak. 3 for Mihu, 2 for Calix.
Yeah,
Those
Modem's,
imports pulling their weight massively there for Envy.
well, I was going to say Modem, not necessarily an import, so to say, but also very influential when it comes to the play he's had here on Overpass, not Vertigo.
Yeah, but at the end of the
I was
day,
thinking
right,
there, but
if you don't close the map, if you don't close the game, it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter how well you played.
Yeah.
Ultimately,
if you're not first, you're last.
Yeah, exactly. Envy have made all the adjustments necessary, and they've adapted really, really well into this T side. There was a great streak of rounds from Cloud9, finding 5 in a row, and I thought Cloud9 were going to just sweep this game under the rug, and you take their pick as they should. But Envy coming in with some excellent B plays, putting us on 15. Nice little 2vx from Calix and Mihu, and now just one more to get them over the line.
So let's put it to the question here for you two then, because if you look at Envy, if you look at Cloud9, if you look at just the big sphere of what is North American Counter-Strike, are these two teams on the same level? Is that what we're looking at?
Ooh,
I think
that's a
they're
big
both
question.
in like.
Yeah.
I think this is an interesting question. I think it's one, honestly, Trace, I'd love to talk a bit more in depth during the death segment, because this round looks like it could draw to a close in favor of Envy, and if it does, then they'll be taking this map, and that there feels like the most important thing to be looking at. Bottom tries to have a bit of a standing connector, and he gets bested straight away. OC 1v5 with a scout. Cloud9, they are relying on this guy in a big way, and I would love to be optimistic here, but I also got to be realistic. This would be an undoable clutch, and it is. It is undoable. Team Envy take this map in their favor. The map pick of Cloud9 going their way. Nuke on the horizon coming up next. The map pick of Envy, one that they've looked great on. Can they get this quarterfinal done in 2, or will this go all 3? Join us after a quick break to find out.
Turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now. For you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now. For you, for you.
rodeo on its way to Rio. We are the traveling show known as the ESL 1 Road to Rio. Not really traveling very far, but the second map of the series, which is where we're going to end up. Overpass is done and dusted. Cloud9, well, they get bested. And I do have Harry and Hugo here to chime in with me. What's up, guys? Nice shirt, Hugo.
Thanks, dude. It's not a shirt, actually. It's a kimono, but, it's fine. You don't have fashion, you don't have style, Trace. You're not wearing gold, really, so...
I'm proud of him. He's come a real long way, dude. He didn't even know what this was called at the start of the day, and now he's telling you like it is, Trace.
He kind of is. I mean, he did kind of show up to work today dressed as a Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel can, which is impressive. You really have gone the full length here.
Look, we can get a side-by-side on this. We can see the comparison. You can see what he was going for.
I drunk 12 of these before the broadcast started.
Nice.
So I'm feeling really amped and ready to go.
I feel like I need to report that to somebody. That doesn't seem right, but what doesn't seem right either is losing on your map pick. Guys, let's begin to talk about what just transpired right in front of our very eyes on Overpass.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed by Envy. I think, obviously this team has been rising through the ranks. They took down Liquid the other day. You can't do that easily, undoubtedly. But Cloud9 have been, one of those teams that I think many have been placing, like, right below EG and Liquid. There's been that conversation at Gen G Cloud9. Well, Envy, I think, certainly have to be in that conversation, right? Beating some of the best in North America, taking a map off Cloud9. We now move to Envy's map pick, and it's one that Cloud9 gets swept on more often than not. So I think this is looking like a 2-0 Trace.
So, yeah, I mean, we still do have that other map. I just kind of want to force this question back in here because I kind of wanted to start the segment earlier, and I think you know where I'm going with this. It is about both of these teams being on par with each other. Is that a fair assessment as to the level that these teams provide in the server?
Yeah, I think when you look at these two squads, it's a very good comparison to make, right? Like these two teams, I think, are going through this same situation of trying to rise up through NA Counter-Strike. They both have two sets of imports from abroad, right? You look at Cloud9, obviously they've looked to South Africa. Then you look at Team Envy, well, they've looked within the European division. And you look at these guys. These are all players who have had a lot of attention on them, right? And have always been the breakout, breakout players from their region. I think especially for players like Mihu and Cali. There was a time where there was a real spotlight on these guys to be stepping up, especially with Mihu in conversation a long time ago, a VP of old, right? A lot of people were anticipating, maybe he goes and joins that team. And then obviously with these guys, it feels like within the realms of European Counter-Strike, they never really got the chances, the opportunities that they deserve. And it's kind of the same for the likes of JT and Sonic on the other side of things, right? Just coming from South Africa, it is a hard place to go ahead and, become this breakout star in that region.
Definitely.
One of these traps that a lot of these guys fall into is they do become the best in their region, but it's where do you go from there, right? How do you expand when you're just beating all the teams locally, but no one wants to take a chance on you? So I think the cool thing about this is that these guys have very much looked abroad and looked at players that were on the rise in their regions, tried to snap them up and tried to make something great. So I do kind of put these teams in a very similar situation and kind of similar rankings between the two of them, Trace.
Well, especially speaking for the South African squad, I mean, they used to rally around your DreamHack Opens, your ESWCs, the things that really brought out the sort of regional element to a tournament itself. Now, Bravado got a good look a couple DreamHack winners ago, albeit a DreamHack Open. It doesn't matter. They still start to solidify themselves on a global stage, and I think also you can attribute some of that just to pure exposure to the top level of Counter-Strike. Now, I would let you continue, Hugo. I'm going to let you carry on, but first, I want to tell you that we're going to be going to a break. We come back. We got another map coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be that of a second one here for this quarterfinal. It's going to be on Nuke, it seems like.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come so far from close. It's so hard to find my destiny. Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Explain to me what it's all about.
ESL 1 Road to Rio carries on, and so do we. We're right here on the road with you. In front of us is Cloud9 versus Envy on the second map of the series, Nuke. The first one going the way of this envious squad, and, well, there's no natural-born killers around. I just want to go ahead and start getting away from all the nonsense and getting into the cold, hard facts of me putting this scissors down and asking you who you have. Does this series end here? Do we go to a third? Questions we all want to know.
My prediction is Cloud9, but I'm going to say yes, Trace. I think this could come to an end. I think we might be nearing the end of this series. I mean, if we look at Envy on this map, they have played it 7 times. They've won it 6. That's a great conversion in the last couple of months. They even beat Cloud9 on it just the other day. That certainly helps. They even took down Liquid, Trace. I mean, what's not to love about this Envy roster on Nuke? You can see the stats there. 30% conversion for Cloud9 with even more played. That ain't favourable. But what is Envy on the T side? They've actually got 55% of the rounds they win are on the T side, which is a bit of a rarity on Nuke.
So what's your take on it then, Harry? What's the hot take on it? What is the controversial thing that you could say in this moment?
Controversial? You want me to cause some controversy? I think Envy end this right here, right now. They take it in 2, and I was right all along, Trace. How's that sound?
Not quite the controversy we're looking for, but that's
I
okay.
can't stop bigging up the guys I predicted against. But one thing I will say is if Cloud9 can get it done here on Nuke, if they can right their wrongs heading into this second map and take us all 3, then it would be that much more impressive when you take into account their past history here on this map. Pistol round already underway. And Team Envy starting off with this T-side beginning. Cloud9, unsurprisingly, electing for a CT start. Already down towards ramp room. Envy try and pick up the pace. However, into the meat grinder they go. And my goodness, on the other side, you won't like what you find. Cloud9, they get that pistol round in the bag.
Yeah, there is some meat on the ground in the ramp room. Cloud9, triple setup there in that position. That is a perfect read into Envy's pistol round. It's pretty standard to see heavy ramp setups on pistols. Obviously, the danger is you don't want to play retake A, but if they don't ramp rush, it gives you an option to push lobby. And Cloud9, I imagine that would have been in the back of their minds in that round. Not needed. In the forefront of the minds are bullets. And that's Envy's minds, of course, as they find nothing in the pistol. It's Deeks here in the second. Cloud9, heavy rifles, not messing around, not looking for bonus rounds. They want to take it all the way.
Yes, sir. This is correct.
Thank you, Trace.
Just had to run a quick fact check there on Hugo, and it seems as though he's right. Either way, man in the match will look to position himself just right. Man that was doing just that over on overpass now finds himself in confrontation. It's going to be Nifty that gets hit to the floor. And now it's Envy that need to reconsider and reconsolidate. What will they be doing now that they have been stopped outside with what little bit of aggression and face they've shown?
Probably dying, Trace.
Okay then, yes, you're probably right. Optimism at all-time low here for Envy.
Realism, all-time high. Let's see it. Because right now, it ain't going well for Envy. I can tell you that much, Trace. That's the only thing that is clear in this round.
Yeah, perhaps this Moose can barrel through the wall, but not today. There will be no Kool-Aid Man actions going on around here.
Moose can't fit through the door. They have massive antlers.
Yeah, they are pretty big animals.
I remember one of the first times I casted Moose, I brushed up on like loads of Moose facts, and it really made me appreciate just the sheer scale of a Moose in real life. They're huge, and they're very, very fast as well. These are 2 facts that I don't have exact numbers for, but take my word for it.
There are at least 7, Trace.
Yeah, I
Whether
guess.
that be size or speed, you can work it out.
Yeah, I'll work on that one. In the meantime, perhaps Envy can work on grabbing themselves around, even though it's just 5 Deagles.
Yeah,
and 1 smoke.
This is back-to-back full D grounds for Envy, where they haven't really bought. Like, if you want to buy in the third, then Eco the second. But, like, Envy want to buy in the fourth, and so they don't even get 1 force buy. They just get back-to-back D rounds. I like the idea. Obviously, didn't really work out versus full rifles. This is the kind of buy you'd love to run into shotguns and SMGs against, or at least the latter there. Because the rifles, well, look, they are just going to tear you apart. OC out of ammo, swaps to the sidearm, and it's no issue. 4 kills from the heaven. Envy don't even take him down.
And he's not going to be getting that ace, and that's okay too, as long as Cloud9 win the round, they said. 3-0, 3-0.
Yeah, and what that double D ground, or those double D grounds allow is a full buy in the fourth, right, for Envy. They can get everything. It's the equivalent to full forcing in the second, ecoing the third, and then buying the fourth. That's essentially what that is, but they spread the same money that they'd spend in the second across both rounds. So Envy doing the maths, they've checked it out with their accountants, and it's a go-ahead for the buy round in number 4. Orbs out for Nifty as well.
Yeah, they're going to try and run these outside smokes again, and they look to get across. That nade finds some good early damage from OC. But Envy, unperturbed by the nade, continue to cross, and they do so silently. Motem is holding this little pixel gap. If you stare into the wall, you get a pixel of vision when a player tries to cross, but that's not how it's meant to work. I was kind of hoping Motem would be like a great example of how to use the pixel gap. But, yeah, sometimes that can happen. Sonic trying to right the wrongs of Cloud9 in this round. But he does get dealt with very, very quickly. For JT and Floppy, it might just have to be a save. 2-on-4 retake at the B-bomb site. And even then, they try and save, but into the waiting guns they go. It's a Moose in the lobby putting on a show. JT getting out of there.
Yeah, the reason that position is like a good spot for Modem is, like, you're not going to get headshot, right? If an AK comes around that corner, they're not going to kill you. They're going to tag you at best, and you're going to run around the corner and drop the smoke. You shouldn't stand still to drop the smoke, because you're still up to being shot. You need to use that gap to spot, fall back just a pixel, drop the smoke, get out of there. And while the orb hard peeking you, that's excellent. That's everything you need. So a rifle won't kill you there, but an orb, well, Nifty is very fast, very ready. And Envy are on the board, on the T side, they get their first round in this game.
They boost Nifty up with his orb, and once again go back to throwing these outside smokes. Now, you kind of set like a precedent for doing it, and then you want to keep doing it, right? You want to try and keep players here. They've only got this little one smoke down to allow a cross out from Nifty. And in amongst all of this, while outside is still being contested by Team Envy, there's no one fighting it for Cloud9. Instead, they crunch into the lobby. And Floppy is the man to get both bits of engagement there. So as far as they know, there's only one player in lobby, but actually it was pretty much everyone for Cloud9. And that bomb dropped all the way back presents a bit of a problem. Nifty gets dispatched to go get it, but in doing so, he's also now been offered up a 1v5 to have to commit to here if he wants to find a second round for this MV squad.
No pressure whatsoever, but he's got to land this first shot, and he almost did, scarily enough.
Yeah. You know, what's going to be a problem for Envy is that in order to run the default that they're trying to run with 4 outside and 1 holding the lobby, your opponents need to respect you. And when you're playing against Cloud9, that's something you're just not going to have. Cloud9 aren't going to respect you. These guys have some of the best flash stats in Counter-Strike, and that's because they're so good at popping their teammates in and getting aggressive and playing off of each other. There's definitely some chemistry in this team. And so Envy, if they're going to run this default where Moose holds back lobby, like, you need to be more proactive, or you need to have more numbers there, because Cloud9 are just going to push, and they are going to get in your face, and Envy aren't going to be able to run this same default every round. So more players in the lobby at a necessity for Envy if they want to focus so much on the yard, and that's what they've gone for in this round. 2 players there. Ryan's joined Moose holding ramp, so Moose can focus on her, and of course door if it gets open. Now Nifty's scoped outside, and he's looking for an AWP on the other side. It's OC. Not in the angle, but could see a boost here for Nifty. Potentially. Flash up. Nifty going on.
But the player in secret could prove to be a big problem here for Nifty. He's not going to be aware of it. Neither is this player in secret, though.
Oh, dear.
I think the jig is just about up. Motem backs up. What on earth?
You didn't see him.
Or intarnation was that? Motem. Didn't push through. OC's got the shot off with the off after all. And Floppy with the main aggression. That really does just tear apart this offensive push from Envy.
And that's the ridiculous stuff that Cloud9 get away with all the time. Like Floppy, he hears someone wrap yard, so he just pushes the main smoke and gets past 3 Envy players. Kills the dude outside and dies. Moose, he's making this round interesting somehow, but Cloud9, surely they're going to drop the bomb. They've got control back of the round. Motem now in a pivotal position, and Moose stuck trying to get back into the lobby. He's got a way out the Molotov. The AWP is here as well. He doesn't know that, but he does have the bomb at his feet.
Oh, he's running. He does not want to take this fight. And now dropping down to B, there's a chance he could try and find something here. Motem doesn't make noise, and now he actually does. Both players making noise in the vent. So this is...
Oh, no.
Oh, it's happened again.
It's going to be so close.
Wait, didn't it happen for Cloud9 last time?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't really know what to make
He's
of this
forgotten the
one.
numbers.
Oh, but he's done it, Moose. The delayed plot, the decision we never saw coming. And let's see. Oh, this will be a clutch. That would have been incredible.
I'm
We've
lost.
physically never seen it done before. Team Envy, they don't find this round. What is going on?
Was that the server? Was that Envy? Was that Canada? Who knows?
Digitally never seen this going on, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've seen like technical problems. Like yesterday, of course, XMS's entire town, their internet just turned off. The other day, Ents were going to play a game. Finland, their internet turned off. We scheduled the game for the next day. We've had this quite a lot where countries just go, you're all right. But, you know, Envy, they make the best of a bad situation. Moose does a really good job, but it's not going to be the round.
He's the only reason that round becomes competitive in the first place.
If only he remembered the numbers.
Yeah, you really can't panic there on the back end of that. You just have to, have confidence and really full commit, full send, you might even say. Nonetheless, that is an unfortunate turn of events after all of that hard work and getting into the lower bomb site. Doesn't really matter in the long run, because that round will be going over to Cloud9.
Yeah, it's a great CT side. It's just, oh god, it must be so annoying to play against. Like the amount of smoke pushing and like pop flashing Cloud9 are doing, it's really annoying to watch. The fact that they get away with it, like great fun, but not for Envy, that's for sure. And they're gonna half buy in this round. Moose has got the AK, but Nifty, he has got the grenade and home delivered in his hand. Plays catch with JT and a bit of an explosive end. Envy, they're going to set up for this top site crunch. They want to try and split mini by the looks of things with 3 walking close towards it.
Oh, the problem is as well, Sonic pushed ramp and had already dropped the bomb. So this round was pretty much over the moment that happened. Envy not able to find anything on this outside control, and I think at this point the precedent has really been set by Cloud9 that if you're Envy, you've got to be holding lobby, because if you don't, it's going to belong to the opposition. I do think this is like one of the most powerful things on Nuke right now as well, right? Like having a good understanding of when and where you should be taking this aggression into lobby. You know, like we've seen Cloud9 have a couple of variations of it. We've seen like the squeaky hot joint push. We've seen players heading in through ramp on solo missions as that lone ramp holder.
One big problem is individuals are not there right now. Calix is 007, James Bond in this one, and Mihu is 1 and 6. So, you know, the stars of last map, the players that really made things happen alongside Nifty are invisible. And Cloud9, they're shooting people through smokes. They don't care about vision anymore. Ryan's going to get dinked. He's got to get out of there. Does escape, but only barely. Envy, you're already a man down, and when you're defaulting holding the hut push with a minute 15, you know you're in a bit of a tough predicament. Not really much being given to you. Cloud9 not offering up kills, and Envy, they've been re-smoked at the ramp. Nifty wanted to come in for a pick, but there's not going to be any chance for him at the moment. Sonic is pushed up by it. So Envy really just desperate for a kill right now. If they molly Floppy, they could find that there is utility available, but Floppy's playing timings. If he peeks towards the door, there it is, perfectly played. Floppy with 3, and the bomb as well. It doesn't get better than that. This game is on rails for Cloud9, and they are training their way to the front. 7-1. Impeccable CT side.
The old train tracks to Rio, as they call it.
Yeah.
Let's get out the paper, the pens, the missing posters, and start putting them up for Calix right now, because he was a real driving force for Envy back on Overpass. And personally, he's someone in this team who I really am interested to keep an eye on. I loved Calix back in like previous iterations, like the Space Soldiers, right? So I love seeing him here in this squad.
Oh, there's a lot of typing.
A lot of typing.
Seeing a lot of
It's
Mihu
the
as
same
well feels like
vibe,
he's a
buddy.
little too deep.
Cloud9 pulled the bail switch trace. They got out of there.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
it's
damage has been done.
again.
So let's explain this for just a second, guys. Because there's no damage that's been done in the round, both teams can amicably agree to restarting that round. A match medic, as we'd call it, as you probably have heard of before. So,
And you know, those who don't agree, not the most sportsman-like play. You know, you always want to agree, Trace. If there's no damage. Wouldn't you agree?
well, I'm not saying
What do you
that
think?
I agree, but of course, a gentleman thing to do is a gentleman thing to do, whether
Yeah.
it is to restart a round or not. But now, some damage having been done. Imagine if this was actually
It's
live.
Me who's like, guys, I'm winning this round.
Bar 5.
I know you've all said yes, but
Yeah.
I never signed it.
I imagine, so Motum, like, was standing still, and so I imagine he had one of those DCs, like, you know, in the top right of your screen, it goes orange, and it goes, oh, auto-disconnecting, however long. But then he came back into the server, and Cloud9 have had these weird, like, drops, where they drop for, like, 20 seconds, but they don't disconnect, their auto-DC doesn't kick them, and their internet comes back on, and, oh, wait, we've lost a round. So we've had that we've had that on both teams. Moose had it on a bomb plant on B. So this is a very weird game where, you know, connections just aren't there for either side. But Cloud9, Watson will reconnect. He will be back in. And hopefully he'll be ready to go once Cloud9 figure out the issue. Obviously they're taking their time right now because you don't want to go live again for it to immediately happen as you get A-rushed. That's what Envy wanted to do in that round. We did see them run through the hut straight away with pistols. So considering Cloud9 didn't see that because they didn't leave the spawn, I wonder if Envy will do that again. Back-to-back rounds, hit that top site. We'll have to wait and see. We've got confirmation on the live.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping back into it, so it seems the radio man has called forth. They have put down a forward operating base and ultimately going to get a couple rallies going. And what will be the return here? If Cloud9 can continue to close this half, they will have done everything that they've sought out to do after losing over on Overpass. This being the pick of Envy, though, you expect a little bit more fight, and I think you guys are correct. And Calyx, he's just a little MIA at the moment. Those MSPs. Well, just got to be on the lookout for those. Here we go. We're going to get back into the action now. We're going to take a look as to how this will go down. Harry, just pistols here for Envy.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great looking 9th round for the MV squad, you would imagine. The best thing they have is a Tech 9 and armor. And that's what the majority have here for Team Envy. They're going to look towards outside, so pretty ballsy. Considering they're down to these pistols. That early nade has come out from the outside player every single CT round, whenever they've seen these smokes. So it would be nice to see Envy maybe slow it down a bit just to dodge that nade, because that's a free 80 damage onto Nifty before he's even seen anyone. Now it's only these pistols, but they do manage to get past these players at secret stairs. Kind of get past him, but then kind of go back into him, because that bomb gets dropped by his feet. And this leaves... you don't want to be there. You don't want to turn around and just see 3 dudes running out the double doors. Cloud9 getting 8th on the board. Ryan not able to do anything there in the 1v2. Calyx also breaking his little vow of silence, putting his first kill up on the board. Hopefully, he can kind of get the ball rolling now that he's gotten off of the dreaded 007.
Well, maybe he heard that, you know, he was letting you down, Harry, and that's really what's caused him to get in the game.
You heard y'all talking smack, Harry.
Yeah,
that's really
by
what
y'all.
happened.
He's talking
Y'all.
about Harry. Just
Yeah,
by himself.
man. Yeah.
Harry
I
Russell.
don't actually remember that part, but maybe the record will show. Ryan over here towards ramp has the rest of the gang with him, leaving Nifty to hold down outside. And this finally feels like an adjustment to what Cloud9 have been bringing to the table, right? Which is like these lobby pushes on the back of seeing outside presence. Now, I do think if you want to get some contact here in the lobby, you might think about throwing these outside smokes to try and bait that to come through, because this has usually been like the knee-jerk reaction from Cloud9 when they see these smokes go down. So those get thrown out now for Team Envy. However, bit of a spanner in the works, bit of a response from C9. They've put Motum down through secret, and so he is cleared behind these smokes. He sees that there's no one here. And so Cloud9 aren't going to over-aggress. They're going to hold their ground, re-smoke in at the door, and this is perfect on the back of this information that Cloud9 have been able to grab. They have countered everything in this round, maybe without even realizing it to a certain degree.
It feels like Cloud9 are reading Envy, right? They
Yeah.
were so prepared once they saw those smokes and no one behind them. They get the door smoke. Floppy immediately re-smokes the door smoke as soon as it starts to fade. Like, Cloud9 are ready for Envy to hit topside. They did lose a game to them 16-14 the other day, right? That went the distance. That's a lot of rounds played out. That's a lot of data in the heads of Cloud9, and they're using that against Envy here. It's a fake towards ramp. Flashes go out. Cloud9 don't rotate. They look like they were going to push the lobby, but now they just push closer towards A. Ready on the receiving end. Sonic will be the only man going down in this round, it feels like, for Cloud9. As Floppy finds a 4-piece on top of the hut. Excellent stuff. Mowing them down in the door. And Cloud9 just continue to put up rounds on the CT side. 9-1 now. Is there any slowing down? Leading into this game, we talked about how Envy, 55% of the rounds they win on Nuke are on the T side. They can barely put 2 on.
So by that logic, you know, if they say they get like, you know, 3 rounds as half,
Yeah.
they're only going to get 3 rounds on the CT side.
Oh, yeah, that's what
That's
50-50
pretty cool.
is.
So what you're saying is the third map's pretty much guaranteed at this point, Hugo.
I mean, I'm not saying that, but
The
that's how
numbers are there.
That's how it's looking, right? The numbers say that, Harry. The
Numbers
GG
don't
odds
lie.
didn't. No, I mean, numbers definitely do lie. Everyone lies. Everything lies. Trust nobody, not even yourself.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this like breakdown of
I think
trust here.
more importantly, let's just kind of note the essence that is. I don't really envy where the T's are right now. You know, they're not really
Nice.
sitting in the most perfect of
quality
positions.
Trace.
You're looking at a 9-1 half, and of course on your map pick, of course you think
Harry,
you could do
you
better.
can tell Trace has been spending time with
Yeah,
us with
I was gonna
godlike
say,
wordplay
I
like
was
that.
going to say, you know, like probably been mulling over that one for the last few rounds. Envy, there's something I can really work with there, right? Like I don't envy or
I hate you guys.
Wow, these CTs, they got to be on Cloud9 right now. You know, they must be feeling great. 9-1 up, everything's going right.
Chill for me, Zoomers.
Okay, boom.
Well, over here outside, Team MB are grouped up again. We've seen this from them. We've seen it. We love it.
Wear it.
We wear it, of course. They're going to throw these outside smokes down, but these are a different iteration than what we've usually seen, right? They've been throwing the standard ones that fall over towards red. This time they throw these smokes that fall aggressively by main and garage, and so that to me screams that you're not going to secret. You're trying to contest for this main and garage area, and that's what they're hoping to do. Calix does catch Floppy over in main. Now OC was able to deal with one, and now a second, so that's both players dead outside, and OC is still hungry for fights, so much so that he's dropped down into the bomb site. He's got JT to back him up. And everything comes up Cloud9 in this round. 10 now on the board as they reach double digits.
You can see Floppy try and go for the play that worked out earlier as well, right? Like pushing through the main smoke as MV went for the outside execute. He got played though by T with a Deagle coming through the smoke. OC, excellent shot off the AWP. I mean, he's having a great game. Who isn't for Cloud9? He's 14-3, sitting in the heaven and laying down the pain. MV looking for anything here. Any rounds will do. Door's going to get open for Nifty, blown by the grenade, but the Molotov in front means he can't really see a whole lot, and Cloud9 not really losing anyone early. MV have been scared of this ramp room since the pistol room, and I think that's had long-term effect. You know, we haven't really seen any ramp to B burst. If they want to get B, they've been focusing on going outside and dropping down the secret, but even that has had its own trials and tribulations. OC is going to try and stop them outside once again.
Oh, and he does see a player crossing. Sonic able to swing out and deals with the first man, but it's JT to really take matters into his own hands. And there we go, that's the round, of course.
What? Yeah, okay.
Also,
What just happened?
something that, yeah, man, no, it like doesn't even feel fair. I don't.
What?
I like
One
Cloud9.
dude peeks, and MV dies, and another guy peeks. Right, like we had 3 people outside. We had JT and May.
Wow.
We had OC, Hell, Heaven rotate. We had Motum in the secret. Here's what goes down. JT, bang, he gets a kill. Motum peeks out. Bam, he gets a kill. OC peeks out. Bam, he gets a kill. That's what it feels like right now. That's all the analysis we can
and
provide.
all the individuals are stepping up right now for
Yeah.
Cloud9. They are all just hitting their shots. Motum is 10-1 for Pete's sake. He is got a 10 KD right now.
Well, don't bring Pete into this. Whatever you do, Envy, they might want to bring themselves online. That's where we are, and so far it's not looking good here on the map of Nuke. Of course, their map pick. And it's being squandered away here in this first half of play.
When they last played the other day, 70 rounds MV found on this map. They closed it out, obviously, with a 9-round CT side and took a 16-14 over Cloud9. Well, Cloud9 has certainly learned a lot from that game, and they will not be repeating it. 11-1 up. MV taking a half buy. Never fun taking a half buy this kind of score line, but if you want to have those full rifle rounds, you have to. Nifty just got knifed by Calix. Cool,
I told you,
guess.
Nifty. I'm not going to tell you again.
Yeah, I hope that's an accident and not,
Some
arguments.
real like signs of
Yeah.
trouble brewing
That
in
would
the
not
team.
be a good time for it.
Yeah, that would be rather
Let's just do
awkward.
it. Yeah, just outside play. Now look at it come through, and a wall of smokes down again. However, flash through for Motum.
There it is.
And the trade is in for Calix at the very, very least. So they do get a foothold here outside. Bombs down in secret. However, these smokes are going to... Oh, goodness. Here's the lobby push. There's Ryan getting dealt with. Man advantage back in favor of Cloud9. And a real problem for Envy in this round is that bomb went across. No one else did. And that was pretty nice. Moose was able to get down the Ven. But now the bomb has left secret again. And so Nifty's got to now cross back to where he was. Luckily enough, there's no one here for Cloud9. So he does get down. That whole sequence made me feel very uneasy, but now the B-bomb site is a potential here for Team Envy. Sonic back here at ramp, and the rest of the guys outside and on that upper site. So Sonic does have the entirety of this B site on his shoulders, and as that window gets broken, he'll have a good idea what's about to go down. The flash leaves him blind and he falls off. Now, rotation has already come in from OC. Moose tapping down not just one, but both players at the ramp, has given Team Envy a shot at this second round. Floppy is left in the clutch.
He certainly can do it. 16-4 right now. He's looking on from control room. He knows that there's a player playing from the ramp side. He drops a Molotov. That's going to force reposition, but Moose into a peak. That puts a second one on the board for Envy. Finally! They do something!
Yeah, that's always appreciated. Moose, he just comes alive in the B-bomb site there, and Envy find their second round. These are some great shots from Moose, just tapping Sonic away, finds two on the ramp, even cleans it up here. Floppy barely even ready for that fight. And Envy, could they find four? That would be fine, right? 40 rounds on nuke. Like, obviously this is an old nuke. It's not an excellent half, but it would be enough. You still got to rely on the pistol and the conversions. But once those are locked in, you know, you can win a game. You can lose some rounds. You can still come back and adapt and you know, take this map. It is their pick. Right now, it doesn't look like it. Cloud9 flipping the series on its head. Floppy looking for heads in the door. He's not going to commit. He's not going to offer up a fight to Moose. Desperately looking for a kill for Envy. And Cloud9, good decision to not, you know, overplay their hand here. They know that Envy can get back into the half here. And if Cloud9 want to be smart, they can opt to play safe and close this out as convincingly as possible.
Yeah, you think about as well, like the kind of like the idea of momentum in this series now, and for Cloud9 it feels like they came into this game very much believing in their ability to haul it back, right? And as they've been putting these rounds on the board and it's felt so one-sided that the confidence is just building up and up. And for Envy, it can't be feeling great right now, right? Like, this is meant to be a good map for you. This is meant to be a potential 2-0 in this series, and Cloud9 have really run away with it. Now this B site is up for the chopping block again, and in this round it's Moose and Calix to go off on a tear. These two have come alive in the last couple of rounds for Team Envy, and suddenly JT is thrown into a 1v4 that feels impossible, it looks impossible, but can JT get us believing? The immediate knee-jerk reaction is no, as this time has ticked on down. Mihu will get rid of him, and Team Envy put that third round on the board.
Yeah, it's nice to see Envy, you know, not getting picked apart outside for a change, right? Throwing the smokes, having one dude behind it, and going back to ramp. It's the position they got owned on in the pistol round with a triple stack for Cloud9, and they didn't go there at all since. That was, I think, maybe the first or second time they've been there in the game with, you know, the bomb. So, Envy finally getting over some of their worries, and it might recover them in the half. It might find them 4, but they still have to take that away from Cloud9, who are fully armed and ready. Oh, the spam is excellent work from Moose. He puts Modem down very low. Grenade into the hut, but dodged accordingly. The AWP's out for OC as well, this time fighting in the yard, not playing in the heaven. Got a bit of information, a bit of a view, but ultimately Modem's got to drop down B because Cloud9 don't have the yard. Some smokes are thrown by Envy, and so Modem has to make sure that they're not getting towards secret with the bomb. This is one of those door hits again for Envy, where they're going to throw outside smokes and try and hit the top site. Cloud9 last time double smoked the door. Are they ready for it this time?
Ooh, well, Martin does get caught by Calix, and another important thing was last time Envy attempted this, Martin got the info outside that no one was pushing, and this time him falling has allowed for an extra avenue into this A-bomb site. Nifty's going to throw the bomb to these players that have already got in.
What?
But uh-oh, this might cause some problems. Now suddenly that bomb is out in no man's land. Calix has at the very, very least kept this in even odds, and now he's looking towards main. Not quite rewarded for his patience. Ryan left in the clutch. He does put up the first. And now just looking for OC, has been able to get this bomb, taps it. Oh, it's for the heaven side, but OC hasn't swung yet.
Oh my god, why does this have to be so close?
Oh dear, this is so close. OC's got to look down, and he doesn't. What is happening? This is the weirdest clutch you've ever seen. Ryan has got him down so low. OC's just toying with him, but Ryan connects the shot. 4 on the board for Envy, and it's a little bit painful to end the first half. 4 rounds on the board for the Envy squad. Ryan's able to close it out. Join us after a quick break, but we're back with the second half.
Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. Dream like me, and you say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. Pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and I lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up.
So far, so good for Cloud9 on the second map of this series. Nuke is going their way. This is the pick of Envy, and this is also the ESL 1 Road to Rio. Both of these teams vying for a semi-final appearance in the bracket for North America, and of course, they're going to be stacked up against Gen G. That is your prize if you win this best of 3. Now, winning this best of 3 would mean that you got to pick up 2 maps, and so far, it's just Envy with 1. Overpass going their way, and Cloud9 commanding, moreover, demanding the respect here on this second map of the series. These GG.bet odds are very, very split down the middle, it seems. I'm joined by Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, demanding the respect, but not exactly giving it to Envy as they take a very aggressive CT side lead. 11-4, and now Cloud9 are directing the pace, but they're going to get a shot in the face. Sonic can't get his nades out of his hand because Nifty's going to take him down quickly. Moose is playing close, and I think he might have been spotted, or at least be about to be spotted. quite the sentence, but OC, he's going to look for a life sentence here in towards the door, pushing in quick. Floppy's got the entry, Moose is dead, Calix is above, but only good for one. Nifty falling off the hug, Calix has dropped two in the meantime, Ryan's coming from main, and it's all down to JT in a clutch, tagged up, Mihu's finished the job, and it's Envy to start the comeback.
Yeah. And if you're Envy, you're thinking, boy, that's as sweet as a baklava. That is a pistol round that we needed. Of course, the baklava is not necessarily needed, but sweet nonetheless.
I don't know, Trace. I need it so bad, I need it delivered to my doorstep every morning.
Fresh.
Yeah.
You do kind of give off that Madonna vibe. Can't understand.
Is it the gold?
It must be. Anyways, back to reality we go, with Envy picking up that first round. That nets them just a little bit more room here, but their back's against the wall no matter how you spin it, Harry Russell.
Yeah, this is still going to have to be one hell of a comeback. That's not to say it's not possible, though, for Envy. And a bit of a feel-good round for Mihu as he tears down three at ramp. JT, with a Glock, does deal with a player. Now, 1v3. And has the bomb, but only 15 points of health, Hugo. That's not great. These are all things that don't look too great in this round. But JT... maybe he can surprise us instead.
Yeah, respect.
Like it, gets that gun out, and there you guys aren't taking the M4. Ha ha ha. They only have Famuses, not Glogs, on the other side of things.
There's another kill. Where's the other gun? Who did they kill? They killed Mihu in Hell, right? So, or Nifty in Hell, rather. So, yeah, there's a scout. There we go.
Yeah. Get that out, maybe.
Nah, keep that.
Actually, yeah,
use it for the clutch.
Let's give it a go, JT. 40 seconds left on this clock. And he wants to take the scout with him down to this B-bomb site. Moose has been waiting here. I hate to say it, it's probably going to be an anticlimactic ending.
You're leading all this up.
This is a lot of build-up, JT. The whole world is watching right now, and you've really got us on the edge of our seats. Now, what is he going to offer? What big brain play has JT cooked up? Oh, well, there you go. 6 on the board for Team Envy. He does at least juggle the M4 out of there, so he does his fair share of a little bit of damage after the round draws to a close. But a 6 now on the board, the conversion coming through for the Envy squad, and this is where the investment comes in for Cloud9. There you go. As it is, these AKs out across the board. They're going to look to bring the heat here. This first rifle round, if Envy managed to pick it up, I think they're well and truly on the train back to this comeback, right? Because suddenly you get Cloud9 in this position where they are just on the bad side of the economy for the beginning of this game. And that is very much how you can look to get back in the swing of things. It's the attempt, though. I was going to say bonus round, but you look at how much money you've had to reinvest here if you're Envy on these players, and this is pretty much the best they can muster into this one. Now, you could have had, players dropping M4s over, and they've tried to keep the money good in the future. And Moose getting found early on, that was quite the blow to get dealt here if you're Team Envy. Now outside becomes a really tenuous area of the map. Nifty's going to try and hold on to it with the scout, but this is a big ask for the little gun.
Oh dear. And you know Cloud9, they've thrown these smokes. They're going to be watching this, Nifty. You're not going to get away with this. You think the second you fire a shot, they're going to fire back. And so, I don't know if he's got info here. He might have nothing. Well, now he definitely has nothing. I never think that's worth it. Personally, I never see it pay off. In the yard. Well, that's a good hold from Mihu. He's been having a rough time here in Nuke, but he puts up 2 down B. Now, Envy, do they want to commit to the rotate? Ryan is hesitating on the ladder just in case someone's watching, and all timing is everything. He's got his teammate here as well. It's a crossfire. Kapiki, catch him off guard, looking the wrong way. 2 on 2 now, thanks to Ryan. But Cloud9, they're going to run away. They want to get this bomb out of here. Ryan's got his back covered. He kills a man coming down vents. And because Sonic has died, OC has to commit to B. He knows the top side would be a long way away, and he's got no one there to cover him. Sonic coming down the vents may have made this even harder than it had to be. And, well, it's not meant to be for OC as Ryan finds the retake and Envy find the round. 3 for Ryan, 7 for Envy. Looking good to keep on coming back.
Just like that, we've got a game back on our hands.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like Cloud9, they don't have an excellent T side on this map. 60-40 CT, whereas we look at Envy and they have a far better T side. If anything, that plays into Cloud9 a little bit because Envy didn't put up many rounds on the T side and now they move to their quote-unquote weaker half. But as anyone who knows CT Nuke knows, that's not going to be a weak half for Envy. We're expecting a strong hold here on their pick. Cloud9 on a bit of a force.
Yeah, it'd be devastating for Cloud9 to throw this half away, wouldn't it, Harry?
Yeah, it really would, especially with how kind of lights out they were looking in the beginning, right? It felt like with their backs up against the wall, they were playing some shining levels of CS, right? Everything was coming together. And now here, moving into the T side, it might get torn away from them. Calix and Ryan putting up the frags necessary in this round. OC will respond, but he gets caught and traded, dealt with there. An 8th on the board for Envy. And this reinvestment about to come through from Cloud9. However, we were speaking about momentum towards the end of that first half, right? And we were saying that the Cloud9 here on Nuke, a map that they've struggled on as of late, you know, coming into it looking so good, taking such a one-sided first half. It felt like the confidence was really starting to pick up, right? And like being in that comeback spot when you can feel yourself making the comeback happen, it is just a feel-good feeling, right? But now moving into the second half with a huge lead, having that starting to turn against you, this is where you can get in your own head a bit, right? And you can start to drop off. So Cloud9, they've got to somehow keep this confident CS going, even though the results just haven't been here yet in the second half. JT over here towards outside does have OC with him. They're looking to take some control here. These smokes going to come on in. And that will allow the cross to secret, looking like they want to go for a B split here. Nifty could play a very important role in this whole ordeal. He's going to take up ramp for him. Mihu drops down, and actually they double rotate down towards B. Nifty's going to hold at the long angle. Ryan takes up ramp, and that frees up these two to drop down and hold the B bomb site. Now Cloud9 have gone back lobby side, but that's because Calix just aggressed and dealt with Sonic. There's still 2 players down here at B for Cloud9, but that bomb is nowhere to be found. That's in lobby. And right now it runs the risk of getting caught off by Ryan, who's aggressing in through ramp. Even if he doesn't go any further than this position is absolutely huge for MV to hold. He could tear this whole round apart if they try and fall back into this late B play.
Oh dear, Cloud9, they are trapped, aren't they, in a sense? They probably don't feel it, but Envy, this is an excellent setup right now. OC is going to break the windows here on B. He's looking for a fight. Still doesn't spot anything over the edge of the silo. He's looking, but the angle just isn't there. Ryan, big flank, and he's got Modern with it as well. Another player in the lobby. He's just going to run away. Safe play from Ryan with 20 seconds, not wanting to let Cloud9 back into the round, but they're going to fight tooth and nail for it. Floppy coming through to the heart. Calix is ready, and he drops the bomb. JT on his own, and Calix will send him packing. Envy continuing to build on the CT side. That was just a perfect rotation round for Envy. I was wondering where it was going to go, right, with 2 dropping B, with Nifty taking that AWP lower. They don't over-rotate, and they don't leave that top side empty. Ryan locks down ramp. Calix has that A site, and Cloud9, they're split 2-2. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah, and you know, we're coming into this game, we're talking about, you know, Cloud9, the rate at which they have success on Nuke being a significantly lower number than you would like if you were there on the Cloud9 side. Now, I think we're getting a taste of just that.
Yeah.
It's Envy that have turned the tide of this game. They look to close it right here.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, if you were like a mega comfortable Nuke team, you would have like a plethora of ideas and things you would feel comfortable falling back on. And for Cloud9, they just haven't had any success trying the ideas they've had, right? You've got nothing to build around if you're Cloud9 at this point in time, because everything you've attempted has led to failure. And a lot of these rounds haven't even felt that close. So they're just looking for like brand new solutions to the problems that MV keep on dishing out. Calix is playing that pixel gap, and he plays it to drop that smoke, and now holds it from the secret stairs, catches these players crossing, only gets away with 1 kill, but that's enough here for Team Envy. They've done a lot of damage. Moose will come in from ramp, and he'll help solidify this round. Now someone has snuck by.
Yeah.
Sonic, fastest man in the game, some say.
Oh no.
But Mihu seeming aware, they had him trapped. Motten will deal with 1, but is there going to be any more left in the tank? This is a very big ask. And will Motten be able to rise to the occasion?
Orb's trained on him here. Flash is good. Let's force a shot. He's got a head shot. Oh, he's going back for a bit of a spray, but low HP now, and yeah, a bullet away from death. Mihu will grant him that at the very least. Envy 10 rounds here. What an incredible comeback. And now those 3 rounds at the end of the T side, those last closing answers from Envy, they feel far more valuable. The worth is really increased with those 3 rounds. And we talk about momentum, Harry. It was mentioned back on Overpass coming into this game. Well, the momentum of that first half ending for Envy into the second has built them a real bridge back into this one. 6 in a row on the CT side, 9 in a row if you count the last half. Cloud9 have been silent.
That they have. It's been a rather one-sided show, hasn't it, Hugo? Unfortunate for Cloud9. I mean, they did have this, massive stand they took in the first half of the game, and then as the story is told, as the script was written, the writers, they just really did not want this one to go in the way the baby blue, so...
11-1 to potentially 11-11 if Envy can find this round.
Now, this is a big round, Hugo. Very, very big round.
They do say that, Trace. And Cloud9, their money is on edge. Their money is up for question on the tipping point. Envy looking to drown them. Cool?
What's so funny, Harry?
Yeah, I just love the culmination of those 2 metaphors coming together. No money, drown them. Hand in hand, man, I love it. OC over here towards outside with this all.
It was a play on words off the back of tipping point. You know how, if a ship is sinking, it's
Okay, yeah. I feel you. Well, let's see. Is this ship sinking, or will Cloud9 be able to right this course and get it back on track? Moose looking through the gap of this smoke and does take one away from Cloud9. Floppy coming in on the back line, and that leaves Moose hung out to dry. Nifty, there's already players near him. There's actually players trying to beat him up into heaven. Floppy is the man tasked with this challenge. Quite a big one indeed as he tries to go toe-to-toe with the Orphan here. But, Mihu on the rotation. He's got Nifty's back. And he keeps the advantage in favour of Team Envy. Cloud9, they've got players outside. They're going to try and get into main here as a last-ditch attempt. However, that bomb was on the back of Floppy by the looks of things. That's been dropped up in heaven. That is a disaster for Cloud9. Oh dear, Mihu laying down the pain. Does get traded eventually and still doable in a 2-on-2, but it's the time that's a problem. This bomb is still in heaven and OC is trying to get there. But even as he gets it, 15 seconds left, he's got to drop in at A. This is where both players are for Envy. OC, what can he even do? Nice attempt at the shot, but not quite.
And Envy know exactly what's going on, right? That was a great call for Cloud9. I love the idea to go for the Heaven Wrap. It is a shame how it went down with Mihu going wide from Hell. But Envy know that Cloud9 are committed there, and they make the gamble to leave ramp open. They completely rotate off that position. Mihu comes Hell. He gets all those kills outside. He gets control of the bomb, and he gets info, most importantly, for Envy. And they just know that they don't have to watch anything because Cloud9 had everyone in the yard, and they will find nothing with it. 11-11. This is the 10-round comeback in a row for Envy, looking to go further as well, looking to take us for a 2-0 victory. It is possible, it is conceivable, and it is more than likely with how this game has been going. A fast play for JT. He's actually faked the footsteps. Oh, this is excellent, but Moose won't fall for it. He spots, he looks through the smoke, and he sees JT's not there. It will be the topside hit with the pistols, and 1 kill comes through off of the Hero AK. That's the only gun, and it will be made quick work of. Nifty not letting Cloud9 in his sight, and Envy will pick up another one.
Big shots there, Nifty. Of course, with the Technina at the end of the round, puts them up now by 1. And this one's going to sting for Cloud9. They're going to feel this one in the morning. They wake up and they say, you know what? Man, my head hurts. What happened last night? Oh, yeah. We were up on Nuke, and then we got rolled. Envy running away and making a case for it right now.
Yeah, let's not forget, this was an 11-4 half in favour of Cloud9. They have not budged, and Envy have just gotten this more and more tipping in their favour. Obviously, the winner of this going on to face Gen G in the semi-finals. So, Envy certainly making a case for it now. Cloud9, do they have anything left in the tank? Anything else to show us? It's back to these outside smokes again. And they're going to get thrown on in to allow these players in JT and OC to go ahead and cross into Secret. But they send JT down alone.
C. Goes to get the bomb, leaving JT down lower. Cloud9 going to use that player later in the round, considering there's no one on B for Envy. No one in that lower level. So they may be aware of it, but they haven't dealt with it, and they might have to moving forward. Floppy eats a grenade, and Cloud9 looking to take a bite out of the ramp room. Mihu's got one. He's trying to stall to allow for Nifty to come in for support, but now he's being wrapped on the right side, and Nifty is going to get taken down. Mihu has to hold strong, and he can only get one more. It's not really worth it for Envy, as they've lost another man down lower on that rotation. JT has been holding the vents the entire time. This wrap from ramp could be huge from Moose, Orion rather, but he's being loud about it, and they've heard the drop. They're about to pinch him from the side, and Moose might just have to save here. Cloud9 have broken it. They've finally done it. The 10-11 round curse for Envy is put to bed.
You guys are welcome, Cloud9. Call that the caster curse. Did it for you. Just kidding.
I kind of like that we just see Cloud9 commit to like a B split there, right? Like not drawing that round out, you know, like whenever we've seen them go for these B plays in the past, they do kind of, you know, you think about the one where they double back into lobby and the whole round falls apart, right?
I mean, the round is based off of JT not being expected there, and that's why it's so good, because he kills a player rotating it. And when you kill a player rotating, you know two things. Often, you know, if they're an early rotation, you know, okay, that means the B is empty or at least understacked. And you also know that, well, you have extremely advanced positioning, and Cloud9 don't think you're this deep, so you know you can just cut off those rotates. If you have a player in secret before Cloud9, before Envy as a T, then yeah, you're like, how are Envy supposed to get into the B bomb site without, you know, coming in from the ramp room or grouping heavily, which can be really, really hard to do when you're split as a CT. So Cloud9, they get around, they get a pause, and then they get back into the fray of things. The thick of things, rather. The fray. Those are two separate sayings.
Yeah, man.
You know, words are hard, Trace.
That's just kind of like your opinion and stuff. So, you're all right. A very important tactical timeout will draw to a close, as we do look to close down Nuke. That will leave us going to Dust 2 if we've got to settle it. But something tells me, got a little bit of an inkling here. The Team Envy will, of course, turn it around and get it done.
Yeah, I mean, one round, if they reset Cloud9 here and break their money, that would be great for Envy, but Cloud9 still have a little bit in the banks because they took a convincing one in the previous with 3 alive. So Envy looking to make things expensive, and they've invested heavily themselves. They themselves could be broken. Sonic going to try and get lower. That's a big kill. Dropping Moose in the B bomb site has opened a world of opportunity for Cloud9, and committing behind the smokes outside as well. They're going to beat Envy to the punch. Mihu is trying to get here, trying to get ahead of Sonic, and he has got that kill, but there's 4 more T's coming down.
He knows it too. Here comes the door open. He's going to spam them before they even get there. It's a timing thing for Mihu. He's got a grenade, but he has to tuck himself into the side of the site to tell his teammates to arrive to give him some backup.
Yeah, Mihu's in a pretty rough spot here. They're starting to pour on in. They're coming out above, below, everywhere. They're in the vents. And now Nifty set up over here at the ramp side, flashed off of the angle. JT holding for this push from Ryan, and he gets a little overzealous there. Goes through that smoke and gives away a kill to Cloud9. This is going to lead to them putting a 13th round on the board. There's no money left in these bank accounts for Envy. Considering the huge streak that they went on, they are now strapped for cash here. Heading in to round 26, a 13th about to grace the board for Cloud9, and Motten might even deal with both of these saving players. Nifty gets cut out of the equation, and Motten not quite able to follow up to Calix, but that's where Floppy comes in. It's a team ace for Cloud9, as they chain together 2 in a row now. Their first 2 on this T side. And that there is such a key round for them to win if they want to take us the distance, right? Break Envy's money. There's a 14th round looming for Cloud9. All that's left to do is get it in the bag.
Yeah, this one should be a freebie, right? I'd love to see a lobby crunch from Envy. It'd be a great round for it, but they don't really have the weaponry for that. Only Moose on the CZ armor, Mihu on the Dig alongside Calix, USPs on the others. So, not really an arsenal for Envy. They've just got to wait. As Cloud9 bring the fight. Lots of utility into A. Calix is waiting for the headshot, but it's all a fake, it's all a ruse. They're going to the ramp room. Mihu on his own can't get an immediate kill, and with a deagle, if you don't do that, you're often dead. As Cloud9 get control of ramp, and they go down lower with that. Nifty trying to stop, but he will just have to let them pass. The bomb will be planted, and that should be 14 for Cloud9.
Should be. I don't think that that's going to go any other way. Nifty with nowhere to go and nothing to do. Hell, even running out of time to do it in. So, he will be eliminated there. Modem's going to make easy mincemeat of Nifty. And Cloud9 are going to go with the 14, starting to smell like a third map. Feels like a third map, but is it a third map? That's what the crowds want to know.
Have to wait and see, Trace.
Yeah, I mean, MB have clearly shown us resilience thus far, right?
Yeah.
Now, to come back from an 11-4 half to this scoreline and think about the fact that they were in the lead at one point in time, right? Being 12-11 up here on the CT side, they certainly have the potential to get this one going back in their favor again. But the problem is Cloud9 feel like they've started to warm up and find some confidence again in these last few rounds. And
Yeah. If you want to be crazy, if you're MV, if you want to make the call of a century, it's an aggressive round, right? Like, it's the last thing that Cloud9 are going to be ready for here. If you just throw caution to the wind and get in the face and try and split lobby, that would be a good idea for MV. But, you know, I don't think they're going to make that call, right? They've got loads of utility. You know, if Cloud9 default, MV would get wrecked. So, you know, why risk that?
Yeah, and you know, the reality is in terms of making calls, that's kind of hard to do when team speaks down, which is why we're paused. Imagine that.
Yeah.
You have a bit of a team speak issue here.
Bit of a classic of 14-12. They always come at the most unfortunate of times, Trace.
I mean, your coach can talk, you can take a tactical timeout, or you can have a technical timeout and do all three.
I wonder if either of these teams has run out of tech timeouts. Or tac timeouts, rather.
Running out of tech timeouts.
Tac timeouts.
you guys have had too many technical problems today, all right? No more. You just play on.
Well, a reminder, your Super Series, Team Liquid 100 Thieves on Thursday at 10 p.m. local. We're going to be covering that one. You better believe it. As you can see down there on our lovely displayed lower third, or actually I think it's called an L frame. Anyway, point is, you know the game. You know the names. It's Liquid and 100 Thieves fame. And they'll be right here at the ESL 1 Road to Rio.
And we're back. We're alive. We are indeed into the final few rounds of Nuke. Pending no overtime, of course, which would be possible here between Cloud9 and MV. MV a map up in the series on their pick. They have grinded and grinded to get to this scoreline, only for Cloud9 to come alive with 3 in a row. Will that be Cloud9 slipping over the victory lane, or will MV come alive once again?
Well, this round basically decides Envy's fate here on Nuke. So, a very important one indeed. And for those of us watching at home, this is the one that really does decide whether or not we get to see all 3 maps in this series. Envy. They went on a huge streak. As you said, Hugo, they take, what, 7 rounds in a row? Or 8 rounds?
11. Including T-side.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was talking about second half. Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. 11 rounds in a row in total then. We'll go off of that, because that does sound even more impressive to the MV side to get us to this point in time. And for it all to get stripped away right at the very end is certainly not what you want. Cloud9 setting up over here in the lobby, holding it early. OC is alone outside, just pressuring this area of the map, while the rest of Cloud9 set up outside of this A-bomb site initially. Still an option to have OC try and come in on this main ramp, and it does look like it's going to be one of these upper hits. Now, Envy, they've been good at navigating these in the past. Calix is going to find himself in hot water potentially with this main flank that could come in. His attention might get divided, and he puts up 1 kill. Now Ryan goes unchecked, but only briefly. Sonic gets a trade. There's a wrap coming in, and amongst all this chaos from Mihu, now arriving from the ramp room. They're not ready for him to be so close, but Motem gets that trade, and that there is such an important kill. Only 10 seconds left on the clock, though, and Motem's going to get this bomb planted. Where is even safe? He sticks it out in the open for main, but it's nifty to find the kill, wrapping around on the rafters to put a 13th on the board for Envy and keep the dream alive.
It's gotten hairy here. Go ahead, Hugo.
Yeah, I love the call from Cloud9, but the problem is they have no utility on that top site here, right? They're grouped in a 5-on-5. They're ready to hit door. They're desperately looking for kills. They're getting mollied in main. And then Cloud9, 3 flashes and Molotov. They don't even have a smoke for main, and they just get chewed up from the outside players. If you don't have a smoke and you're coming in on an A-site take, you're going to get owned. And, well, that's what happens to Cloud9 there. Their utility goes amiss, but they still have more money in the bank. They can rebuy and they can give it another try. Keep up the pressure. No brakes on this Cloud9 train. They don't let Envy get comfortable. Straight into another outside take with the smokes again. Lots of utility landing. Sonic does get hit in this round inside of the lobby. Moose. Oh, the Moose is loose. And he's getting it flashed as well. That's what Cloud9 were doing all first half. The annoying pop flashes through the outside smokes that really was a problem for Envy. And Envy used their own trick back up against Cloud9. What are they left with? Another top hit. Moose is already there. And he's spraying them away. The flashes do nothing. And Floppy's got a trade. He gets 2. But even that isn't enough. OC now next on the chopping block. And his block has been chopped. It's Envy on 14.
Yes, sir. You nailed it there, Hugo. Here, we got a game on our hands, and I mean that 14-14. It has been clawed back from the graves here. And if you're Cloud9, you're trying to count these lucky stars, and you've only got one of them on your jersey.
Yeah, tactical timeout. One of the left in the chamber for Cloud9. I almost completed a sentence there, but it falls apart right at the end. And speaking of falling apart right at the very end, that's what could happen for one of these 2 squads right here, right now. On either side, it's been monumental, right? For Cloud9, an 11-round T-side was stellar. But for Envy, it's this comeback of the ages from just 4 rounds to bring it up to 14-14, right in their wrongs after a short but ended 3-round streak from Cloud9. And now we sit round 29, a round that might decide it all here on Nuke.
This is it. This is what we all signed up for. The whole enchilada, Harry.
Well, what's on our plate here? Cloud9 back outside. It's been their bread and butter in this game, both halves. Checking this close position. They have caught kills there in the past, but this time Moose isn't pushed up. He's down below. Nifty watching yard, no AWP though, playing passive and spotting it from heaven as he assists on the A site with utility. He's going to be able to com this information. Lots outside, and Cloud9 likely coming down towards B. Moose doesn't have a smoke for this position, so he shouldn't play that little pixel gap. Just going to drop a molly and run away as Cloud9 do take control of Secret. 3 here. The one still is up above. Sonic, being the man in the A site, or the lobby rather, drops Mihu on a push. Now they've got to push down towards B. Great shot from Moose. Looking for 2. The re-peek is what will give things up.
Yeah, but that repeat caused so much damage. That should have been it. Mata from the back lines yet again. He tried to do it. He whips a shot. Calix comes out there and puts him to rest.
Oh no. Calix's spidey senses started tingling, and now they're going back up towards the A site. Cloud9.
Oh no.
Oh dear, they're going back into the Lion's Den, but they catch them sleeping, and they deal with Ryan. Now into the A site they go. I mean, if I'm Envy, I don't know where this is ending up. I don't even think Cloud9 will know where this is ending up. And they do get into towards A. Wrapping around from outside, it's pesky little Calix continuing to be a nuisance. 2nd kill in the round as he tries to save the day for Envy. Floppy is very, very low here as he sets himself up on top of the hut. OC defending this one from back in the bomb site. Floppy, 4 points of health, still puts a kill up on the board, and Calix has got to run away. He gives this up. 15 on the board for Cloud9. 1 away from taking us to a 3rd map.
I love the call from Cloud9, but there is no way that should work. There is not a world, a reality that Envy should let that one happen.
And truth be told, it's Envy that makes Cloud9, that makes Modem look like bottom on the outside.
Yeah.
That was not the play. He whiffed a big kill right there. It could have been a much easier round.
Think about after that, Envy kill him, they get so dug down in what the hell just happened, and then swapping out guns, they're trading weapons, and then Calix pushes out, a player goes back to main, Cloud9 come up, and they catch a player jumping in main, like, what is going on here? Envy are getting completely caught out, and Cloud9 are going to find map point. I love it. We might have a 3rd. It could be around the corner. Envy are late to leave spawn. Do they even believe in this one at this point? Things are getting flustered, and if Cloud9 go fast, they could beat Envy to the punch. oh dear. This entire comeback could be for nothing, all in vain for Envy, as they rely solely on the AK of Calyx, the M4 of Moose, and 3 pistols. No kit, no armor on your in-game leader. Good luck.
Well, you talk about no armor on Nifty. He's over here in secret, taking a little peek towards outside. That Molotov sends him packing. And so outside now belongs to Cloud9. They might look to commit over here towards Hell, looking to get a lot of map control. Are they ready for a player hidden? That's Moose down in CT, swinging on out. Mihu now arriving to the scene as well. JT just looks away at the wrong time.
Oh dear.
But thankfully, Floppy and OC have helped keep Cloud9 in this round. Still the man advantage residing with Envy. Cloud9 looking to try and take some heaven control. Nifty's still down at the B bomb site, holding on. But Cloud9 have got no interest in B. Instead, they ride this one out together. Over towards heaven they go. I would love to see what these players at the A site are looking at right now. And it's Calyx and Ryan, backs against the wall, quite literally. They were both looking towards heaven, but the moment they've looked away, Cloud9 have found a means of getting into this A bomb site. The bomb gets dropped down by OC. Floppy now the man to plant it. So a heaven post plant makes this round very, very tricky. This Molotov on Ryan and the smoke on Nifty could come in clutch in this situation. But Floppy holding down the site has left this in a 1v1. Nifty without armor. We highlighted that earlier on. And now it really does play into this round. Floppy holding down the bomb site. 16 on the board for Cloud9. And this quarterfinal is set to continue. They'll split this series 1-1. And we head to a third map. You're going to have to join us after a quick break if you want to watch it. We'll be back in just a moment.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Bring me safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
What a display of force there by both teams across the entirety of Nuke, and we do end this one out with Cloud9, pushing the envelope, pushing us to the brink, and ultimately pushing us to that third map. Dust 2 is going to be where we decide this series, and ultimately send one of these teams on into the semifinal of this bracket for North America. Welcome back to the ESL1 Road to Rio, everyone. I'm Trace, this is Harry, this is Hugo. We've been talking shop the whole time. We're not strangers to you, but what is a strange feeling to me is watching this game bounce just far back as it did.
Yeah, watching Cloud9 win Nuke, that feels strange enough, but it's the fashion they do it that's so ridiculous. An 11-1 lead at one point to Cloud9 on the CT side. Envy pull it all the way back to 30 and lose it in the final hurdle.
Yeah, I mean, that must be heartbreaking, right? If you're Envy, you imagine how that's got to feel. You know, you could have had this series done in 2, and now your fate hangs in the balance on Dust 2, a map that hasn't been the most consistent of maps for Envy. One that they've looked a little bit shaky on, right? And while it's always been pretty long affairs for Envy on the realms of Dust 2, I don't know, I think it's going to take an awful lot to kind of get out of your head here, right, moving into this third map. Like, you had this game in your hand at one point in time, it felt like, after performing an absolutely stellar feat to get there, right? You were 11-4 down, you get it tied up, you actually take the lead and go 12-11 up. Everything's looking good. And then somehow Cloud9 get back into the swing of things. I don't know, man. This is really shaking
really
things
weird
up
game.
now in this series, right? Like, I did not think Nuke was going to go down that way at all. This has usually been a great map for Envy. So I think, like, some real praise has to go the way of Cloud9 for being able to see this one through in the fashion that they did.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, you know, we look at Cloud9 here. This wasn't their map pick. They didn't have great stats coming into this one. They're able to turn it around, and now they make a decent effort or a decent showing at the idea of being in a semifinal at the very minimum. Now, for Cloud9 and Envy, they get the chance to reset and restart here on a third map when we talk about Dust 2, which we're almost there. I kind of want to point out and look at some of the more individual mistakes. I'm going to kick it over to you guys for that because I feel like we saw just a few of them throughout that.
There were some slow starters, I think, for Envy. I mean, obviously the entire team was slow starting it and putting rounds on the board, but individuals like Mihu, man, he was like down 0-7. That's not what we expect. He was one of the carry players alongside Calix back on Overpass, so we need a little bit more from him. He actually ends the game with decent stats, 19 and 23. Like, he really had a resurgence. He had some key rounds, but it's about starting off, right? Like, that's the crazy thing. If Envy, they found an opening pistol round, maybe they would have won that map, right? That's all the difference between them and Cloud9 in this game with how close those things that turned out, right? So yeah, I think a good game for Cloud9. Obviously, going on to Dust 2, things are going to really heat up, considering that you know, this is a map that is good for them, and a map that Envy haven't got high conversions on. But as we've just seen from that previous, the stats don't tell the full story.
It's usually a map that everyone can feel a little bit of a rhythm of comfort on. So in this case, when you have all 10 players in the server potentially on that same wavelength, this could prove to be a very bloody one.
Yeah, Dust 2 is like one of these maps, right, where like confidence can play into it a hell of a lot, and like confidence seeps into all of Counter-Strike, right? But on a map like Nuke, on a map like, you know, like some of these more vertical ones like Overpass that we've seen earlier on in the series, you'll have like all these strategies, all these ideas you can fall back on. If like your shots aren't exactly connecting, you can try and identify weaknesses elsewhere. But on a map like Dust 2, it does feel like so much of it does just come down to these individual performances as well as the decisions you're making in the server. So yeah, you know, I think for Envy, it's going to be pivotal that they hit the ground running here moving into this third map. It cannot be another no-show out of the gate, or else I think Cloud9 are just going to walk all over them here on Dust 2.
Which is a scary thing to consider, one that we will ultimately talk about when we do come back. We're going to have to go to a break. We have Dust 2 on the cards. When we return, we're going to find out who goes on to the semifinals with the North American region when we come back.
son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Holding on for life, feet in the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night. Let's take our time right now, it's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like earth to the fine, will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we go closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we go closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
versus Envy, and we've all come down to this moment, the one that you've all been waiting for in this quarterfinal, and it is, of course, going to be settled on Dust 2. My name is Trace, and I am ready to get this going once and for all. And alongside me is going to be Harry and Hugo, and they're ready too, right, guys?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty ready.
Yeah, man. So why not?
What is it about Dust 2 that you guys love the most? I personally like Dust 2, so...
Yeah, I just love how, every game plays kind of the same.
Well, then what are we looking for?
A lot of cat takes, but I don't know if you knew this. If you're up cat, you can fall back into those mid to B's Trace. We do see a lot of spawn-based gameplay. We're taking long, we're taking B. One thing that has been nice is a skybox change. I think we've talked about that a bit as well. Lots of utility going into that B side. So let's see if we get that as we get into the map. It's Dust 2. It's the third and final for this series. It's the quarterfinal, of course, in the NA region here for the Road to Rio. We're going to be finding out who will be making it to the major at some point. These teams are looking for points, and, well, what is the point?
There are a couple points here, Hugo. And those points all leading to one big old city known as Rio. Here in the RMR, or their RTR, rather. And that's not to be confused with Roll Tide Roll, because we can read, and we're not the Gakona type. We're talking about the Road to Rio. That one's way above your 2 heads, so... That's 2 heads apiece. No, that's 4 heads total.
I got it, Trace, don't worry.
Well, we do have 4 heads, but on 2 people. And OC over here in middle, trying to get out, trying to have a bit of a say in this round. And now a mid to B looking to come through. And amongst all of this, Floppy's holding on over at long, and he's doing more than holding on, but this B play has been shut down by Ryan, delivering 3 stellar kills, and Mihu never even went checked. Now, Floppy was meant to be lurking here at long. He was meant to be cutting off rotations, well, now the whole round falls onto his shoulders, and he's making a pretty convincing case of it. 3 kills for him, and he's going to go toe-to-toe with Mihu now. This bomb dropped inside of the B site. Mihu is repositioned down to CT, and I kind of love this, because if you listen very, very closely, you can hear that he heard those footsteps of Floppy rotating through the catwalk. So Mihu has a very good idea of where Floppy might be. And Floppy, if he goes into these mid doors, the timing's a little bit awkward, but Mihu will get the kill delivered to him. MB find themselves the pistol round, and they're going to go 1-0 up.
Floppy just had the classic case of pre-aiming a position and then walking around the corner as the player from that position goes wide on you. And if Floppy was going to check it, but instead Mihu just beats him to the punch. Great round, and I love the reposition from Mihu going lower as well, right? Not playing the bomb, he knows he can cut Floppy off, he can at bare minimum hear him, even if he doesn't see him. So, good round from MV. Cloud9 now putting a bit of money into play. They've got some pistols, they've got some utility. They are, of course, saving for round number 3. Pop through the doors. Cloud9 setting up for a mid-to-B play. What's this Molotov for, I wonder? He's going to go into spawn to deny a player on that boost box position. Mihu gets first blood, and Calix, he gets a lot of blood, but some of it his as the Glocks overwhelm him inside of the site. Floppy gets a second, and the bomb gets planted. This is a great round for Cloud9, given the investment. They have set this round around getting the bomb plant, and that's why the utility was bought. Let's see what they can do in the post plant.
Yeah, now's the time for them to hold on to what they've got. We're not even halfway there, ladies and gentlemen. Cloud9 with the bomb planted in the B site. And Envy look for the retake. Ryan in through the window. Mihaw's going to go ahead and take down JT, but here's a chance for Floppy. And by chance, I mean that's going to go out almost as fast as it came in. Defuse going to come in for Envy. And we're going to see them continue to stack rounds. 2-0.
Yeah, a bit of a sigh of relief there for MB, right? They're able to deal with that post plant and only lose 1 man in amongst it all. Now, they're probably not too chuffed that it got to that point in time. But whatever, it's in the past. And, now they've got this investment coming in over on the side of Cloud9. The bomb plant has helped allow this AWP buy to come through with all the bells and whistles behind it. OC was already saving a bit of extra cash as well. And you'll note there's not an AWP for MV to play around with. Now, early on, smoke gets dropped over towards long, and that's going to allow Ryan to cross down into the pit. So he gets set up there, and he does have Nifty alongside him. Cloud9 not looking to have anything to do with long, instead want to try and contest this middle area of the map. And MV don't have anyone holding for this.
smoke. They have just decided to group up in the tunnels, and Calyx and Moose are going on a bit of an expedition. This is so well timed, and doing it together means they can trade if they run into enemies. They don't, but that's information. And we now know that the top tons are clear. Sonic going to come back to try and get into position, but now there's only one man here, and he will hit the shot. Moose winning that battle and smoking it off, not letting Cloud9 bail, and that's what they wanted to do, potentially falling back into a B play here. It's now swept, it's now unavailable, and they have to commit behind these smokes. Warp is here for OC, the flashes go over, and they're going to try and drop someone into spawn. Nifty's ready for it, he doesn't let them get away with that. Ryan drops another. Mihu gone from Goose, and Nifty, he is loose, looking to tie this round together. Calyx on the flank might do it on his own, and he's done exactly that. OC finds Nifty on the ramp, but it is the man in the backline that will save the orb.
Yeah, you see what Moose does there in upper. He gets that fight, he drops a smoke, as Hugo says, and as we saw. And that really does limit the options there of Cloud9. They can't really go out middle safely. They'd have to spend a whole effort on that, and then going up Cat seems like the most viable option. However, it's Envy who are entrenched in the site, and who pick up the round. How do you throw your Xbox smokes? Because that's how I throw mine. Just want to know if I'm weird like that, or what's the deal.
No, I like that. There's a few. There's a really good one that you throw down just from spawn, like you... I don't know the lineup, but you basically just throw it through mid. You aim at one of the things down suicide. Either way. That's the fastest one I know, Trace. But right now, Cloud9, they're trying to show us some speed of their own. Steadfast in the moment, but I imagine this will pick up in pace, and into the orb they go. Nifty with a second. JT found the entry, but past that point, Cloud9 aren't passing many points. They are just getting mowed down. Nice shot from Modern. It's dinked though, and down to 12 will be finished by the pistol. It's 3 from Nifty. Not quite 50, but it will be a 4th on the board for Envy, and they are more than happy with that.
Yeah, Envy looking to wrap this one up. No extra tomatoes on the inside. Nobody likes that, do they, Harry?
No, they don't. And if any carrots were to find their way in there, they probably wouldn't like that either.
Probably not.
Doesn't belong in a wrap. Cloud9 gonna look for some presence over here towards longside, and they do find the opener. Mom had a good spawn to get a kill off with that AWP, and he does best Ryan. Nifty now having to concede this long control, and bit of a dilemma as to who's going to boost who, but it ends up being Mihu getting thrown up into the bomb site. Cloud9, they've done the old classico of getting their AWPer set up in the pit, and you'll see this long sight line now being taken, forces players from the Envy side to set up for a defense from Catwalk and CT. But Envy, they seem to have read this situation well. They group everyone up, they know exactly what's going on. Nifty catches JT on the cross, and this is a pretty good spot to be in, especially with that kill now getting found onto Floppy on this lurk. A man advantage for Envy in the retake, and when you think about how Cloud9 had set up for this round, it's very impressive that Envy have still not dropped a player outside of Ryan as the opener. Every adjustment has been perfect thus far. Sonic goes straight for out into the open and gets caught by the AWP of Nifty, and now it is just OC left. He's really got to put on a bit of a clinic here. And while Nifty is in with the kill, Cloud9 not able to convert that round despite getting the opener and a path into the A-bomb site. It's a stellar read and reposition from Envy, just winning every fight they had to turn that back in their favor. And then they just kind of wait, like knowing the pressure's on Cloud9, they wait for the kills to come to them. This was the kill onto JT on the cross. That's nuts. I didn't realize it was through smoke when that kill came in.
I also look at this and I say, okay, well, for Envy, Moose, he's only got 3 kills. But I'm seeing him all over the map in the right places. I'm seeing him at those crucial choke points, those pivotal points of a round, and he's at the right place to find the frags necessary. So what I'm trying to say is he's getting impact.
And that's what you like to see. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, Trace. 5-0 right now for Envy. They are more than working this map. Cloud9, though, looking to get their first round on the board. It's a fast mid to B, out of spawn as well. The tunnels players already throwing in utility to B to try and draw attention. Mihu is just waiting, and he doesn't have any problem dealing with the 2 players up mid. Now it's up to the tunnels play, and Calyx has got the same. This double European B bomb site setup is just easy peasy lemon squeezy for Envy. They don't even sweat as they take down Cloud9 with only a single casualty.
Cloud9 not currently having too much fun. I do know the feeling that they have. Money's low. Could technically buy some AKs, some stuff. But overall, it's not feeling too great here for Cloud9 now, is it, Harry Russell?
No, it's not. You know, this is an all too familiar feeling, and not one that you envy on the Cloud9 side. Now, didn't intend for there to be a pun there. Floppy, not going to really get stuck in. Runs down through middle. And now, going towards B. Oh, Cloud9, Calyx, ready, and waiting.
Alright.
Maybe not doing that much waiting now, as Floppy has very much opened this round up for the Cloud9 side. OC as well, even trying to... Oh, that's lovely. OC, I love to see it. Cloud9, first round on the board.
How is that their first round?
I don't really know. I don't get it. I don't understand how this Cloud9 works, but I kind of like it at the same
fun,
time.
isn't it?
It's weird. Like, they just seem to win from nowhere. Like, what is this? Where's this come from? OC hasn't done anything in this game thus far that would, like, just let us know that he's going to drop 3 with the Deeg with back-to-back 180s in middle. But of course, that's how Cloud9 find their first round. And now, as was the case back on Nuke, can they build around it, right? You can't just get a one and done at this point. You do need to start to build up a bit of a portfolio of rounds here on the Cloud9 side. And no one's checked for Mihu. Motem does flick back around and offers up that trade. Now, the awkward part is Ryan was just kind of like an expense at that point, right? Like, they'd already written him off down in the pit.
They don't have control of the bomb, but Cloud9 do not know that. OC is just posted up in the corner, potentially waiting for someone to fall into his crosshairs from the car side. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's Moose, again with a push of his own. And Sonic showing some shoulders here on the catwalk. Is really going to regret that when Nifty finds him with the AWP. The bomb has been recovered, and the final 2 players for Cloud9 are at long. JT and OC, the last hope for Cloud9 in round number 8. I set on long A. They're going to start to work their way up. Nifty finding himself at quad, not to be confused with Gandalf. But here we go. They're going to get the cross in, and we're going to see what they've got to offer.
Yeah, some wizardry potentially from Nifty at this position. He's not going to be able to stop the bomb, but as OC stands up, his arm is exposed, and Nifty take an arm and a leg. As JT's now left in a clutch 1-on-3, and the immediate kill does take a second, and sometimes that bit of hesitation goes a long way. Further damage done by Calyx, finished off by Moose, and Envy get up 7-1 on the CT side. Cloud9, hey, they may have been dominant on the CT half of Nuke, but this is a whole different stomp. Envy looking really, really good on this map right now.
Yeah, this is the Envy you expected to see run around on Nuke, but, you know, here we are, 9 rounds in. Looking onward, not necessarily from the clouds, but somewhere, I'm sure. Shroud9 wondering where it all went wrong, really, here for what we're seeing from Cloud9 right now.
Yeah, and is there a solution? The flashes out long might be the plan here. There's no one to stop them. Envy are forced back by the flashes, and you're never really going to fight through that unless you have, you know, a serious amount of numbers there, or a reason to believe you're going to get a kill. Envy don't. They set up with a double man setup. Flash though, again, a problem, and Envy, do they want to post up again? They could be walking into an AWP, and so they decide once more to fall back a further stage, let Cloud9 get closer. These long crossbows going out, one on the fly, and a flashbang high. JT going to go for it. The grenade, it's good, but the flashes are back for Envy. They're going to look to force fights. Trade is in, AWP is in, and oh dear, it's Dink immediately onto OC. Mihu now has to stand tall. He's got one, doubled it with a bomb. OC on his own, and he's got nothing to do. They're just going to face him. He even gets a kill, but it's immediately traded, and Nifty flicks back to the spawn to close the round for Envy.
Wow. Yeah, for Cloud9, right, I think one of the problems they're having is they're trying to keep it like nice and simple, trying to play around this long control that they've been able to get. But the problem is there's not really like much being left to the imagination for Envy right now. That is another round where on the back of seeing long control fall, Envy just immediately rotate everyone down into CT and catwalk, right? And so at that point, Cloud9 are walking in to a stacked bomb site. And this is where, you know, usually you see teams on the T side and they'll start a round off by trying to get that long control. You set the AWPer up down in the pit. There's like a minute and a half left on the clock by the time you get it. And the AWP, the benefit to having him at long is that he can hold that entire angle on his own. That then frees up the rest of the team to go around and look to establish this default, right? You try and keep the CTs out of the tunnels. You try and deny them that information. You try and contest mid, maybe even open up a catwalk split, right? So that you can lower the effectiveness of this response from losing long control. And that's just not happening right now for Cloud9. It is just they take long, they try and hit it, Envy rotate everyone round, and Envy win the round on the back of it. So it might fall back into one of these B plays early on into this one. They try and establish this default in this round, but already some questions being raised as Nifty and Me, who both get aggressive and are rewarded for it. All across the board, the aggression was coming in, but aggression's good up until a point. And that is what Team Envy learned the hard way in this round. It is immediately equalized back into a 2-on-2 in the blink of an eye, within milliseconds of all of these fights getting won for the Envy side. And now OC and Floppy in a 2-on-2, they've grouped up, they're down in lower tunnels. There's a timing here and a missed shot from OC, but Ryan is trapped.
Oh, the molly, it misses as well. The shot and the Molotov. Cloud9 can't catch a break, and now they're just going to break for the bomb site. Running into B, Moose is trying to beat them to it, but he's realised he's out of this one. Going to try and play timing. Oh, that was a messy play. Bit of a swing and a miss from Moose.
Yeah, and you look at this and say, well, Moose goes for the fight, 2v2 situation. Ryan wasn't anywhere nearby to get the trades or even make that a fair fight. So Moose goes down pretty much with nothing to show for it. Now in a one-on-one, Ryan and OC, he does hit the head, but it's OC with the deagle, and all he needed to do was fire that op off instead. So a second one there for Cloud9.
Yeah, that's a great call for Envy. I like the idea, right? Like Cloud9, they go for a big tactical pause, they wait, they set their plan, and then Envy just rush mid with two. And they make things hard, they get some kills, but Harry makes a great point where he says aggression is good to a point. Envy gets stuck in those fights. Nifty gets tapped in a 3-on-2 from T-Spawn, Floppy kills him while OC opens B, and then suddenly it goes from 4-on-2 to 2-on-2, and Cloud9 are back in control with the bomb under their hands as well. So that's when they're favoured and they close it out. But yeah, I like the idea from Envy. It doesn't work in the long term, but at least gets them into a good situation that they do indeed bottle. And now with that happening, Cloud9, they can build into this game. We've seen comebacks across both maps, across both teams, and this could be one of them.
Yeah, one of the other things that's like awkward about those rounds where you go for like the hyper aggressive plays is like, you know, you can sometimes feel like you want to keep that momentum going, right? Like you don't want to take put the brakes on because you're worried that will give the space to Cloud9. But then it's like in hindsight, when you look back at that round, having let it gone through the net, you sit there and you do think, if we just not taken all the, and then that's where, you know, the seed of doubt comes in, and
the what ifs,
you can get it. Yeah, exactly, right. And some rounds, you know, like it's very easy to think about, oh, what if, but like with the knowledge that you had and kind of the options that were available, you kind of justify it to yourself. Like, yeah, it was the best thing for us to be doing and it just didn't work. But that is one that's going to sting for Envy. That's a round that they had in the bag and it gets away from them. And a very important round at that, because it's left them on eco now into round number 11. And this is a pretty, like, horrible spot, because now if you're Envy, you're thinking, have we just let Cloud9 back into this? Or are the USPs going to come in swinging and surprise us? Nifty somehow besting him out at Catwalk, but Floppy, he says, nah, not for this USP life. I'm ready, and I'm waiting, and this round's over.
Yeah, I praise the rains down in Africa. Little Toto for everyone.
I'm really happy that you bailed me out with a bit of Toto. That is
something
like,
had to make it worse than it
it
already
really
was for
did,
you.
yeah. Thank you, Trace.
Now let's all get together here, Twitch chat. Sing it with me. I'm kidding. Let's not do that. However, we can note that Cloud9 putting some rounds on the board will help the war effort, Hugo.
Yeah, supplies are inbound, and well, not for Envy, only for Cloud9. It's more pistols, more poverty for the CTs as Cloud9 get into a position where they can come back. Nifty throws a little nifty smoke in middle, means he can cross towards the lower, and means Cloud9 have to be ready for that, so Molotov goes into the position, and Nifty's just hanging around anyway. He's not doing anything aggressive or extreme. And he will wait out that smoke as it fades. Rest of Envy pushing along. Oh, Motum, has he seen? He's got to have seen something. Look at the angles. Flash goes over. He hits a shot as it pops. Moose is gone, and JT can follow up and trade. He even defends. No trade needed. Cloud9 are not losing players in this round. Motum spotted the last player at long, and Nifty is still hanging around in mid, hoping for something to come his way. Well, that's all that we're waiting for in this one.
he hears the footstep. Oh, and now they see him. They know. That's a fourth on the board for Cloud9. And this is why giving away that 4-on-2 is going to sting so much. It's effectively been 3 rounds found for Cloud9. I mean, it's not effective. It has been 3 rounds found for Cloud9 on the back of it. And so suddenly, you know, a 4-8 game with some confidence building in the Cloud9 camp, they can still get back into this. And for MB, these repercussions of giving up a couple of rounds are going to continue to be felt for the rest of this half, right? You're 13 rounds in, and your money is going to constantly be in this rough spot if you don't right your wrongs and pick a round up here and now. A bit of an exchange over here towards long. No kill found on the back of it. OC just peels away, rejoins the rest of the crew over here in mid, and it's looking like a mid to B play, but MB have got 3 players over at this side of the map.
Oh, Mihu, he's got a lot of value from this position before, and they're not going to check it again, but it's only damage for the second round. The Molotov finishes off the job to Floppy. Entry to B through the smoke, and Sonic has found 2. This is crazy. Once again, Cloud9 making it happen. Bomb planted. Envy, they've got to make that decision. Do they want to stay or do they want to go? Nifty is hoping for a kill to come his way in middle. That's not the case. It's all going to rely on Ryan in the tunnels. And he's doubled back. That would have been a fight onto the AWP. And instead it might just be a save for Envy. Probably the right choice. If Ryan walks into OC, scoped up on his position, he might have lost his life. So, Cloud9 up to 5. They're building. They are coming alive. This 8-1 scoreline is closed up, well and truly. They might be able to win out the half, because if we look at the money of Envy, they have nothing around these 2 guns.
Yeah, those cash reserves even, have been drained.
Open the register.
Give it a loot!
Well, right now there's no loot to give. Envy, they got 3k a player, and they are not feeling pretty. Moose hiding in the smoke in that replay. His hand's sticking out. Probably keep them by his side next time. The buy is going to come through. Envy's just going to commit to it, right? They got loss bonus, and they're going to take hits like the UMP here on the likes of Moose. Guns given over, though. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, they cap boosted in this round. They boosted up 2 players, and that will allow Nifty to get boosted over on short side by me. Didn't find the kill from it. The flashbang was good from Cloud9. OC is actually the AWP to ring out and open this round up, and he's opened it up in a very big way, almost securing this B bomb site. Calyx has come rotating in, but at the very, very least, it's throwing this CT default into a bit of disarray, and it's left him with a couple of weak areas on the map. Now Mihu tries to aggress a catwalk just to get a bit of information for his troubles, but that leads to him going down, and as does everyone else from this MV side. Calyx is the last man remaining, and while he does remove the AWP, a 1v4 is still required, and that is not something he feels up to the task of. He'll back up into the B bomb site, trying to save, but they know the name of the save game. And they find him.
Yes, they certainly do. Last round of the half, and while Cloud9 cannot win the half, they can sit a little bit more comfortable going into the second if they put 7 on the board.
Yeah, at least Envy have enough here for this buy, right? Just enough. I mean, no AWP, we've got scouts in play, but make the best of what you got, and, well, an 8-1 lead that might be an 8-7 after all. Quite the recovery of Cloud9. Resilience has really been the key point for both rosters in this series. Let's see which one will come out on top. It's a fast approach. Cloud9 flashing up catwalk, getting into position. Mihu's pushed off. It's got to drop towards CT. Envy are going to have to put some defense on this A bomb site now, with lots of pressure being put on by Cloud9. That bomb is still in the tunnels, but if you notice, Sonic is wrapping from spawn, or from B through spawn back to them. No, he's going to double back. He actually trades his AWP out for an AK. Took an AWP for B for the pick. Nifty has picked up Floppy in middle. It's the first kill of this round. Motum going to burst out. The scout, though, is very versatile. And Nifty gets himself a second. OC will trade. And now Cloud9 just have to go for the mid to B. That's all they've got. And it's actually the best situation that they can really take here. There's only 1 man to deal with. The rest of Envy are stuck over towards A. And the sooner they do it, the better. Because if they wait long, Ryan can just push long and flank. So Cloud9, they might want to group and just go for this hit. Because right now, Envy want information.
Yeah, this play really is on a timer. And Ryan coming in on this flank, as you mentioned. OC gets caught over here in middle, actually by Mihu pushing the catwalk.
Oh, you're kidding.
Alex, the moment he looks over at middle, got a little bit worried on the back of seeing OC in the mid doors, right, and that getting calm. JT delays this bomb plant to try and take a peek, and he spots a bunch of players in mid. Yeah, now we'll elect to get this bomb down. It's not a tunnels plant. And so Sonic's position in the tunnels is something that could hurt Cloud9. He's got to leave it with that smoke now falling on in to set up this crossfire with JT. Flash is going over. MB try and storm on into this site, and they do get a player deep, but Sonic is more than ready.
Wow.
He's going to finish it off with 3, 4 in the round, and a 7th on the board for Cloud9. This third map has heated up seemingly from nowhere. Cloud9 and MB neck and neck as we head into the last half of play. Join us after a quick break to catch the end of this quarterfinal.
Turn my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now. For you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side.
A 7-1 lead has been fumbled, and ultimately we are on the lookout for the fugitives, but for the time being, it's still going to be Cloud9 and Envy featured here on Dust 2 in the final map of this quarterfinal, the late hour. Currently for us, it's just a little past 1 a.m., but all you North American Counter-Strike fans out there rejoice, and that this series will be coming to a head right here. One of these teams will be moving on into the semifinals of this bracket to play Gen G. It's either going to be that or Envy of Cloud9 at the end of this. When we take a look at the GG.bet odds, they're going to tell a similar storyline as we do find ourselves at a pinnacle crossroads. Harry and Hugo are on the case. My best detectives, take it away.
We're on the case, we're on the mic, and well, Envy, they might be in the B site. Pretty fast at that as well. Floppy's got to do it all on his own, and he's been flashed out, dinked on the first peak, and his teammates have gone for the door. He does drop the bomb, and 2 more heads to follow. Floppy, that is ridiculous. He's still standing, he's still in the site, but not for long, as Nifty says goodnight. Still a chance for Envy to make this round happen, and Nifty, oh, it's more than a reality at this point. Motem is now in the clutch. It is flipped, it is flopped back and forth, and finally it's Envy in control. They're going to close it. Moose with the final kill, and Envy take 9. This game is unbelievable.
It's all over the place, isn't it? We look at it, Harry, and we got to wonder, wow, where's this one going to go, man? And so far, with Floppy making plays like that, anything is possible. However, it is Envy that pick up the round, which is something to note going forward. 9-7. We just escaped that second pistol round of this third map, rather. And something about blessing rains all the way in Africa, blah, blah, blah. What can Cloud9 do now in this moment? Nice shot landed on the Nifty there with the scout. It's OC. He's going to hold his ground in middle.
OC trying to get some mileage out of this scout. Now, Cloud9, they've got a great conversion in these 4 spies. Let's see if that holds true here. Oh, wow. You see why these deagles look so deadly in the right hands. And, well, Motem shutting down 2 over at the B bomb site leaves a tagged up Nifty by this scout earlier on in the round in a 1v4. Might just be knocking on heaven's door here as he does deal with a man down in the lower tunnels. That's Sonic to get removed. Nifty, it's him who's got to go fast in this one. Just under a minute left on this clock and a lot on the plate. A 1v3 required now, down from a 1v4. All 3 players for Cloud9 bunkered up in this B bomb site, and they do not want to leave. They've got that bomb. They've got everything they could possibly need. And Nifty, what can he bring to the table here? Problem is,
nothing.
The moment they know where he is, the moment they see him, they just know, and they can all fixate on this one position. Nifty doesn't have time to, like, throw any little gimmicks in, right, get a kill and rotate back around. He will catch Motem, jumping for the info. Yeah, he was, of course.
He was timing that. He was waiting till he heard a drop, and he knows which angle to peek.
Still reported. Doesn't matter. 14 seconds on the clock, and now he looks at the window. He knows he's got to hit 2 quick shots here in succession. Finds one. Lines up for a second. OC with the scout. And being that Nifty was already tagged up below 50, well, he's going to have to pick it back up here in round number 18.
This guy, you know, he's had quite the career, and, you know, people like him, people don't like him, whatever. But I think you got to have some respect on this guy's name.
Well, why wouldn't people like him?
I'm not even gonna. I'm not even gonna try, Trace. I know you see your cheeky little smile looking at me. I'm not feeding into drama. I think this guy is individually very good, and he's leading this MV team to success right now. That's a fantastic grenade from OC. But yeah, wow, like that was a really nice try at a 1-on-4. Makes it the 1-on-1. But right now, it's Cloud9 who need another one, and it might be up to 9. They go with an anti-eco that's clean as can be. Only a 1-man lost, and the gun's retrieved anyway. Cloud9 up to 9, and then be back with the buy in a round's time.
Yes, NT is exchanged, but now still no weapons for Envy. We'll sit on our seesaw of rounds that goes back and forth.
He's going to flash himself in for a mid-peak. I'm kind of liking how brave he's being over here in middle. Really not afraid to get stuck in. Mihu is trapped out here at long, and so it was only a matter of time until they found him. Now, alright. OC, deep down through the double doors, and now a weapon retrieved. Or not quite, actually. Just kept out the hands of Envy. They're not able to grab it. Floppy comes in and deals with 2 in the meantime, and this leaves Moose and Nifty over at the B site, trying to get this bomb down. Rotations have already arrived, and JT was holding for that cross. A 10th round now appearing on the board for Cloud9 as they reach double digits first. An investment coming in for Envy, featuring the AWP on Nifty, rifles for everyone else. So we get to have a taste of a full buy on either side here in this second half. And this is going to be our first kind of litmus test for whether or not Envy can start to get back into the swing of things here in this second half.
So close. And again, a 7-1 score there, Hugo. That's 7 rounds.
I think it was actually 8-1.
It was 8-1.
Excuse me.
It was even worse, Trace.
All the sweeter.
Yeah.
Bottom with the mid push here off a catwalk. He's going to catch some victims. Guaranteed. The flash is there, but Ryan is there with the kill. That does not go the way of Model.
Yeah, and Sonic steals the kill from lower as well from the hands of OC with the AWP. So, who's gone? Nifty's got to be careful. Luckily, it's him who gets tagged with the AWP, right? That's, you know, if someone's going to take damage, you want it to be your AWPer. That gun's still very, very good. Getting those one-clicks, Trace. The old right-left.
Good night.
Yeah, it doesn't really work, does it?
The right-left, good night.
Yeah. Right-click, left. I mean, you can just go left, good night, but that also doesn't work. So, either way, we'll move away from this metaphor. And Cloud9, they're not moving anywhere. They are entrenched in their positions. They are holding the line. And JT spotting long. That's maybe where this play is going to come through. Envy have 2 players outside their position, faking the mid early on, getting that utility out of Cloud9 and getting the attention of OC so they can climb up on the catwalk. It's an A split for Envy. JT, the first point of contact up on this A site. No flashes for long. Envy just going to take dry fights here by the looks of things, and that is a dangerous decision. But against the MP9, they have the better weaponry. JT with a jiggle, and he is dead immediately. Good shot from Ryan. Envy trying to commit here. There's an AWP stuck on car between both positions here. He's going to get a double, 2 for 1 in the damage. Moose is low. Here's the cat play. The timing is good for the scope, but the kill isn't there. OC trades, and it's down to low HP for Envy.
Yeah, look at this. Floppy's going straight up for it, rightfully so. Knows they're low, spins on a dime, finds Moose to end the round out. 11 for the Cloud9 team that could. Envy just on 9.
Yeah, stellar reactions from Cloud9 here, right? Like, the moment that kill comes in onto Car, you've already got a player wrapping up in the form of OC to shut it all down. And this has left Team Envy with not much to work with here into round 21. OC continuing with his aggression in the mid doors, and he will find an early advantage here for Cloud9. Now this B play looking to come through, but with 2 players in mid, Floppy only has to hold the fort for a little bit here to allow for these rotations to come in. Ryan wastes no time on getting into this bomb site, and Calix will deal with another. That bomb out in the open now, looking to get planted for Team Envy, and they will start to plug in those numbers. It's Calix to do the honors. That Molotov not actually going to find any damage. Calix immune to fire, but even he might be feeling the heat in this round now. JT over in the window, looking like he wants to be this first man in. Smoke gonna fall to block off the tunnels, but Envy don't have anyone there. Cloud9, half the time has ticked off this bomb, and they're gonna go. Man. They've got to go through the doors thanks to that Molotov. Calix, they all flood in, and that is too many players for one man to deal with. Cloud9 will get that retake in, put a 12th on the board, and continue here on their CT side.
Yeah, Calix is a bit of a scavenger there. He finds 2 mollies in the site. First one goes towards tunnels, which is obviously a problem because Cloud9 are planning on smoking it anyway. They don't want anything to do with that position, and you got to wonder if Calix threw that towards door and then threw the other molly and window, or door later. It could have been a winnable round, potentially, but it was an eco, and Envy went into it 4-on-5 after they lost someone down mid, so still made that one a pretty profitable round, and they're going to be reaping the rewards here and now. AWP and guns behind it. Flashes towards long, but no one taking control. Cloud9, 4-man setup on A side very early on, leaving mid open, but that's going to be patched up by late rotates as Cat gets taken. Ryan is joining Mihu here. And Cloud9 tries to throw in some utility their way. Envy aren't that close though, so no real damage done by it. Re-smokes down, and the commitment here for Envy looking likely early in the round as well. They might drop a player into CT spawn. That's pretty standard. 2 go down, but there's 2 CTs there, plus Sonic with the AWP, and it is just mowed out by Cloud9. They run into the firing line. Nifty has to try and pull them out of this one, but even this, it may be too much for him. He's alone in a 1-on-4. Flick looks like he connects, but it does not, and Cloud9 up to 13.
Well, if Pro League and the Road to Rio have taught us anything, it's what, Harry?
This game just might have some comeback potential on the MB side waiting in the tank yet, right? Cloud9, since getting into this CT half, things have been storming for them. They've been able to put the last 6 rounds together in a row. So certainly not the best look for Team MB. I'm not really hyping them up well here, but a tactical timeout as they try and discuss how they want to approach this next round, what they want to kind of bring to the table in it. They will have an investment. Might be lacking this AWP over in Nifty's hands. Other than that, they should have everything that they need. And I see, like, if you have the AWP, I feel like there's more you can do in this round. Because you can try and get, like, Nifty set up in the pit, right? You can spread out, you can take a bit of a default here. Not having that, something that could hurt Envy. And they will make this decision to go for the investment. Makes a lot of sense. You don't have many more left in the tank if this one ends up going in favor of Cloud9. So yeah, like, no more calls out of spawn. They've instead elected to try and take this default early on. Spreading out, taking this map control, denying any aggression in the tunnels. Starting to clear out mid as well. This time, OC not going aggressive on the Cloud9 side. Instead, this mid responsibility has fallen to Mom. I feel like Envy are really hinging, trying to get this kill in mid, right? Like, you think about how much we've seen them facing on the Cloud9 side here. They've got 3 players grouped up in middle to hopefully trade this out if a kill comes in, and it's not going to. Instead, this AWP finds its way over on the A side of the map on the back of Sonic right now. OC does have one as well in the B bomb site. And with lower tunnels control getting given up, Envy might be looking to feign a mid to B play and then move back to this catwalk side. Alternatively, they could just commit. They could just full send it. And they will. They will try and get it. They leave catwalk now and they try and hit this B site. But my word, that is not how they wanted it to go by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, that's a little bit of an ugly spray there from Nifty to find that 14th on the board for Cloud9. No money in the MB bank accounts, and Heartbreak Hotel is where they find themselves checking in right about now.
I would love to know what's being typed. Now, I imagine this has something to do with the timeout, obviously, but you can also imagine that these guys, well, they've spent some time playing this game with one another. And banter might be at an all-time high.
Yeah, or, you know, well...
straight trash talk. Who knows?
Maybe. That was ridiculous from Sonic. 2 shots through the smoke. Didn't see anyone. He fired 3 bullets, the first and the third connected. And, well, you love to see that. 14-9. It's been quite the streak from Cloud9. 7 in a row in the second half. And maybe 2 more to take us over the line. Envy, they've got a half buy here up against 14. That's never where you want to be. You shouldn't fully commit here, though. Have some, you know, faith in your rifle rounds. But even then, Envy, they haven't found one since the pistol.
We've had a tweet put out by Mr. Jacob Pimp Winesh.
Jacob Pimp Winesh.
He's come in with the amount of mistakes teams like MB and Cloud9 make blow my mind. He's really just socked it to them here with that one. Obviously, he tweeted us using the hashtag Road to Rio, and you could do the same. The option is there. Obviously, he meant to use the hashtag ESL1, but Pimp's just made his own one up and really run with it.
Well, I use hashtag Road to Rio, but hashtag ESL1 is proper.
I think he's casting in Danish.
Which would make sense considering he is a Dane. Perhaps we'll get a word with him here on our show at some point. But for the meantime, it's the Floppy show. What's he going to do inside of B? The big question, he lines up 2. Needs to shut down Envy right here, and that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. One more round separates Cloud9 from a semi-final appearance.
And Floppy's been so good at this B side of the map, man. Like, every time they've needed him to hold the fort, he has held the fort, and in a very big way, right? Once again, putting up great numbers. The thing is, as well, Floppy is a lot of the time playing this same position inside of the site. It's a great spot to play, right? Because you can pick and choose your engagements on the left and right side of that tunnel, and you can try and separate them into, like, series of one-on-ones, and that's exactly what he's very, very proficient at doing. Also, B site anchor player sitting on 28 kills. You love to see it. You know, like, that's not an everyday occurrence. Now, Motem has really pushed the boat out here. He is all the way in top mid. And so even as they're losing long, Motem comes in and cuts down Nifty. Now, that doesn't just put this back into a 4-on-4, but he's got the bomb. And in the meantime, Sonic has dealt with Moose over at the long side of the map. This was a good start for Envy. They took a man advantage, but things have quickly turned sour here in round 25. Ryan is putting up what resistance he can. And Cloud9, they keep feeding the beast. JT will at least get that trade, and we're back into a 2-on-2, a chance for Envy to keep the dream alive here on Dust. It falls to Calix and Mihu, the 2 EU imports here in this MB team. to keep them alive in this quarterfinal matchup. Sonic looking at Long, shuts down Mihu, and now all eyes are on Calyx in a 1v2. Smoke down to try and get him across. Sonic holding from CT. JT's on a rotation from the B-bomb site. And Calyx will at the very, very least be afforded a bomb plant to give him a fighting chance here up against match, series, and semi-final point for Cloud9.
Oh, this is such a good spot. He's gone behind the car. He should be able to kill JT here. Last position he's going to expect. Sonic's been covering this spot the entire time, but now he's trapped. He's pinned. He's done the damage. Sonic low, jumping and hoping for a miracle. It's not going to happen. He needs to hit a perfect pre-fire shot. The car connection not coming through, and Calyx has done it. He saved it for Envy. The first rifle round they have had in this game. The first round they've had, or this half rather, the first round they've had since the pistol in this second half. And it has been a streak for Cloud9, finally drawn to a close. And I've got to say, Cloud9, they're a big fan of humiliating their opponents. While doing so, they humiliate themselves. Running 3 through the mid-door smoke, these guys just want to close this series. Cloud9 love playing this aggressive CT style, but it can dig you a hole. It can make things worse for you, right? You trade 2 for 1 down in that engagement when you have a 4-on-2. Like, you're about to close the series, you're about to go to the semis, and then you push smokes in mid. You know, you don't need to do that. Cloud9, I love the fire, I love the passion, but sometimes you need to know when to, you know, call a stop, call a pause, call a slowdown.
Yeah, when else have we seen a team give away a 4-on-2 that had some pretty resounding... Oh, Envy did it as well in the first half, right? So this is now with both teams having their little go at it in the CT side of play, and it is just one of those rounds where, unfortunately, you know, you try and keep the pressure on, you get really bogged down in going for those trades, and it ends up eluding you as a result. Now, this round might elude Cloud9 as well. They are in a 3-on-5. Motem tries to take matters into his own hands, and I don't know how he gets away. He goes back in!
Amazing.
And he burns himself to death. Well, but he takes Calyx to the grave with him. Sonic and JT, it falls to the 2 South Africans for Cloud9, and Sonic missing that shot, getting pressured. Moose will remove him. JT, 1v3. Not an easy spot to be in. Still rounds to play around with here for Cloud9, and JT might have to consider that. He just backs off, looks to hold on to this M4. Envy, they're going to get an 11th round on the board. 4 away from overtime here in a third map.
And I asked you, Harry, and this, let's just say, is a living testament as to the question that was posed. Here we are, Cloud9. Dropping another round, Envy. Can Envy continue to mount this comeback towards a semi? Can they push it into OT at the very minimum? Things you have to consider if you're an Envy fan.
Can they make it a 4th map, Trace?
They possibly could. It all depends. Envy saving onto 3 weapons in that round. We're going to look to see if Cloud9 can yet again close it out.
Look at this again from Motem. Back into the molly for a second shot, only to burn in it. And that was a smart play as well. He was sort of trapped in the corner, right? There's a world where he doesn't even get out to cross if he gets hunted down. So he might burn to... Sorry, Harry, I just kicked you. He might burn to the molly anyway. Oh,
we normally keep that hidden, but yeah, you know, Hugo...
Sorry, it really caught me off guard. I moved my leg and I just, like, stomp you. But, yeah. Cloud9, they're the ones who've been stomping, at least most of this CT side. It finally will come to a close with 2 in a row for Envy, but while Cloud9's money is broken, their willpower probably is not.
Oh, well, it's actually Mihu who will power through over here towards short side and secure this A site for the rest of Team Envy. It's them looking to get a leg up in this round, and they certainly do. Now, that is a bit awkward. The bomb got dropped over in mid, but thankfully, it's kind of under control, and now it is fully under control, courtesy of Mihu. Getting a hat-trick in that round, 12 on the board now for Envy. Cloud9 in with a reinvestment, and they're going to have the AWPs out in full force. However, for Cloud9, this comeback, you can't deny it. You can feel it coming in for Envy, and their chances to put it to bed before we head to overtime are starting to run out. They're going to have this by... If they don't pick it up, they'll be on to a partial, and then they'll have one final investment before all is said and done, and OT, you know, we get our answer, whether or not we're heading to it, or whether or not Cloud9 lock in a semi-final here and now.
Both of these orgs having hoisted major trophies once upon a time now, just looking to find semi-final footing in the North American bracket. Envy, of course, for the French side, and for Cloud9.
Young Stu and the crew.
Stu and the crew get it done in Boston. Floppy now going to get done from the pit. Hit long. He's going to find significant damage, and that might just be enough. It's going to leave 3 players alive for Envy. This could be it.
Could indeed. I like his teammates' flash as well, setting Floppy up, not leaving on his own. Now there's no more utility. Floppy has to fight till his death, and, well, that might not even come if Floppy continues. He's on a third. Finally going to be put to rest. Sonic with the AWP at car, and Envy, this is so rough. They're trapped at long, and Cloud9 know it. They've pushed B. Bottom is in T-spawn. Sonic shooting smokes as they fade. Moose fired a shot, but he will get taken down, and Nifty now has to do it all alone. The jump, he does actually manage to offset Sonic, but really past that point, this should be a Cloud9 round.
Oh, and that's it. It's a Cloud9 series. It's a Cloud9 semi-final guarantee to face the might of Gen G. They're able to best team NB here in a 3-map series, just about getting it over the line on Dust 2. And as we just said, that means they'll go on to the semi-finals to face that Gen G squad. Join us in just a moment. We're going to break this down and talk about these standings and what it means within the NA division.
Until the sun comes Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I'm
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays are here to stay. And it does look like we have the end of the series. Of course, Cloud9 and Envy wrapping up. And we're going to be able to take a look at some plays in specific, of course, for that Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. Shout out to Mountain Dew. I do love you. Now, that's all the rhymes that I have because it's time for me to get into the plays as they stand. Let's start it off. Let's kick it off right here in the right way with the fact that, yes, Envy don't win this, but they have a player in Nifty, a leader in Nifty, that looks pretty good in the server.
Yeah, he really did, man. Like, Nifty was showing up today, he was firing on all cylinders, and he had some good moments in the server, right? Like, he was certainly bringing the heat, he was certainly a bit of a shining light for this MV squad at times, and back on Overpass, well, it felt like an age ago now. Nifty had this stellar moment, locking it down, and keeping that site belonging to Envy.
Yeah, now on the other side, Hugo, I want to talk about a player in Floppy. What do we know about Floppy?
I mean, he really tanked throughout this series, right? Like, in a good way, sorry. 84 kills. That tank sounds like he bombed, right? But he was a tank in this series.
There we go.
Absolutely top of the board for Cloud9 across all three maps. Multi-kill Madman. And, yeah, he led them to victory here in this series, looking really good while doing it. Floppy, yeah, went hard.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. Not that I would ever try to say it like that, but I understand. I get it. Now, that's a real curveball, a knuckle even. Now, this next player, in Moose, we can begin to talk about some of the stuff that he had to provide for this series overall. What do we know about Moose and what he's done here in this series?
Oh, man, well, he was looking stellar, and that little moment there was so fast I didn't even catch it. But that was him down towards the B side, right? Like, just having a little Moose moment. You love to see it, man. Like, he was great, and I think, like, had a really good knowledge of when he could afford to push and prod and what he could get away with in this series, right?
Yeah.
He kept having some big moments. So, yeah, he's definitely earned his nomination here.
But those big moments don't stop there. I want to talk about OC now and some of the things overall. And we're obviously going to have a clip here as a nomination from OC.
Oh, yeah.
But what do we think about what he gave to Cloud9 in the server?
I mean, you know, he's an AWPer, and he's getting clips of the Deagle. You know, it's an AWPer's best friend. It's the secondary. It's the hand cannon in your pocket. And OC, he does a great job with it. 3 kills in the round. Great AWPing across the series as well. Really, you know, made it difficult for Nifty to find effect. And on the CT of Overpass as well, I remember a lot of nice mid peaks from him back there. That was a while ago now, though, Trace. Overpass many years ago.
Yeah, it does seem like it was quite some time ago, but the time now is for you to head over to Twitter at ESLCS. Get in there. Get voting on these nominations for that Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play so that we can wrap it up and put it on the table for you in a silver platter. Now, with that said, we can begin to also dive into what this means overall. We do know that we're sending a team into the semifinals, and we know that team's Cloud9. With the way this series went, it could have went to either of them.
Yeah, but now, of course, this leads them playing against Gen G. This is a matchup we had the other day that Cloud9 were able to win 2-1. It's an exciting matchup. I think it's going to be a really, really cool, good semi-final. It's kind of how I wanted things to go as well. So things are standing out. Things are making sense here on the road to Rio, and we're finally going to figure out who's going to join them.
Yeah, I think we know who's going to join them a little bit here. Floppy is actually going to be joining us while we talk about him continuing on within the brackets. What's up, Floppy? Congratulations, my friend. You went hard today.
Yeah, I tried my best and it worked out.
Yeah, that's about all you can do, man. Let's talk a little bit about, I guess, in preparation here for Envy. There's usually a lot of things that get flying around on Twitter, and I don't necessarily say from you or the Cloud9 camp, but what is it about playing Envy? What is it about playing Nifty that is just up there on everybody's nerves?
Well, Nifty, he just originally cut my teammate Sonic, so that's like the whole beef, pretty much. And also they'd offered me in the past, and then when I tried like messaging them about whether or not I'm joining, I just didn't get a response. That's why I don't like him either.
Oh yeah, in that case, yeah. I guess it's all justified, really, now that we've said all that. I mean, what do you guys got for the man? Jesus.
Floppy, things get very explosive when we watch you play, especially on the CT side. You guys are constantly pushing smokes, flashing your teammates through. I really love the gameplay, but things do seem explosive. Inside of the TeamSpeak, in the communication, who's the calm guy? Who's the one relaxing you when things are getting stressful? Is that you? Are you the cool, calm, collected guy in the TeamSpeak as well?
I think JT does a really good job at calling and keeping everyone like calm and collected and methodical, making sure everyone knows what they're doing all the time. And I think me as well, I don't really get too hyped as much, but I think today I was like yelling a lot. My voice and throat just like is killing me right now. It's just because I want to win so bad, especially after we almost lost Nuke. It was just like needed to come back.
Yeah.
Well, there was a moment in that Dust 2 game, right, where you guys are 8-1 down, and you're in that 2-on-4. It's Floppy and OC playing it, right? And you guys are looking great. You managed to win that out. You win it out against overwhelming odds, and then from then on in, you just make this huge streak of rounds come together. How did that feel? You know, like what was that moment like, and what did that do to like the momentum overall for you guys?
I think Dust 2, it started off pretty slow, obviously. I'm not sure whether we're just getting countered. I'm pretty sure it's just like Dust 2. I think Dust 2 is a really random map in general, so anything can really happen. But I think what really just threw the momentum was doing our mid B split with Eagles, and they managed to just like pretty much throw that round away, and then we just started going from there. I'm pretty sure they were just tilted that they lost that, so it definitely helped us.
So, Floppy, this, obviously we put a rest to you playing Envy. The last question I'm going to have for you is how you feel you stack up against a team like Gen G. Where do you think that your team is currently in the idea of playing them?
I think we're better than Gen G right now. I think they were better than us when they played the DreamHack Anaheim LAN, I think it was. But I think over time, like, it was kind of a honeymoon period as well, I think, because they were just like a brand new team. So I think over time you can just adapt to what they're doing and look at what they're doing through the demos that we watch.
Floppy, who's the biggest threat for you left in this bracket? We've got 100 Thieves, Furia, Liquid, and Gen G. Who are you scared of, if anyone?
I think out of those four, considering MIBR they're getting a different fifth right now according to HLTV, so I don't think MIBR are going to be as strong as they were, but I think 100 Thieves is probably the strongest out of those four.
So I guess what we got you here, kind of spilling all the beans. You got anything else that maybe nobody else knows? Any secrets or anything that you want to give us? I'm just kidding, Floppy.
It's currently 80 degrees in the house, and I'm sweating.
Oh, that sounds a little greasy, man. Why don't you go take care of that?
Yeah, that's why we won. I mean, that's why we won, dude. I'm just playing greasy and oily CS.
Nice. Yeah, that real grimy.
Like
you gotta
that.
like dig real deep in there, hanging out on the outside of smokes. Well, anyway, Floppy, I appreciate what you and your boys have done today. You certainly putting up a stellar performance does help Cloud9 propel themselves into that semifinal. Anything you want to say outward to the Cloud9 fans around the world?
I appreciate the support. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, easy as that. I'd say the same thing. Thank you very much, Floppy. For us, though, we're going to continue down our path. Guys, Floppy, great dude. Told us everything that we could have possibly known, and maybe a little bit more on top.
Yeah, I like it, man. He really comments on the sweaty gamer mentality. Real sweaty gamer hours, greasy gamer hours, and that's what we want from Cloud9.
Which is, if I think about it, about right now, actually. Right after this, of course, that Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power play that we did promise you. You went over there, you voted, and you put all of your stocks in the polls. Now we're going to take a look at the results as they lie. I have all four candidates loaded up, and as the numbers will tell you, that the winner is... Numbers? Oh, Floppy. Okay, yeah. No, OC. Okay. Numbers yet again got me by. I think that's one of the closer ones right there.
Yeah, we've never had a percentile difference.
Let's take a look at it. And of course, there's a reason that it's this close. Both these plays were really good. Harry, it's humorous, I know, but what do you got?
Yeah, no, this was sick from OC. This is what puts that first round on the board for Cloud9, if you remember, right? It was a force buy. It was one they weren't meant to pick up. And OC just goes on a little tear down in the bottom of mid. Outside of it being, like, important for getting that first round on the board for Cloud9, it was just a sick play as well, right? Like, he pops off, and that's not a position that you're meant to get away with 3 kills in. So, it was sick to watch. Just 180 after 180, he just kept the spin coming. And sometimes you got to spin to win. Cloud9 show that in the server.
Yeah, most of the time, spin to win, but that's not going to be the case here. You can only spin this so many ways because the story stays the same. We're going to be looking at these brackets one more time so that you can see what we have in front of us now that we have a victor in Cloud9 moving on into those semifinals. You're going to see this bracket move as such. Cloud9 move forward. They're going to play Gen G. Furia up there awaiting the winner of 100 Thieves and Team Liquid. Now, that one's got a little kick to it. It's got a little spice to it.
Yeah, that's a fun matchup, right? That's going to be coming up, of course, as our Super Series tomorrow, Thursday. I mean, that's technically today. We've passed the midnight barrier, but we'll be burning the midnight oil, and we'll be getting ready for that one about 10 p.m. local.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know about any oils around this time. Maybe the essential oils. I know Harry just got some in offline. Either way, we're going to be calling it a night here. That's it for us. Tomorrow, we will have more Counter-Strike coming your way. The road to Rio continues right here with ESL 1, and of course, my name being Trace. I want to wish you a good night. See you around, everyone.
So sweet, and I'm seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never came, never gave a thought. Found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. All roads I didn't think I could back fast, 'cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's all sweet, I end up seeing her. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside. Stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.